Big shout out, big shout out, big shout out. Check, check, check. Mic check 1 2 1 2 1 2. Can you hear me? It's Jrod on point. Thank you everybody for being here. Very appreciate it. Big shout out to Amy Conway. Thank you for being here. And this amazing morning is the host of the Moses theme to the tango, the gene to the Django. Your favorite brother, your mother's favorite son, the black sheep. Hopefully y'all read the title. Amy Conway said she was very intrigued with the title. And she also advised and to suggest for everyone that is watching, please, thank you very much. Put some DNA, the like button. We'll make sure we promise to we will not use IgG techniques against you. Wink, wink. How Amy Conway doing today? Let's start with the chat. We're waiting, Mr. Pickman Holding. We're waiting. Big shout out to Mr. Pickman Holding. Hit me up early today. He's supposed to pop up soon. You know what I'm saying? Told me he was ready to go live tonight. So, you know what I'm saying? I was like, let's go. Let's go live. It's nothing better than have great conversations with great people in the true crime community, as such as Speak by Holding, our members, moderators, and subscribers. We appreciate you so much for being here today. Today's topic, Idaho 4 Bryan Kohberger case. Prosecution. Is Jake's DNA on the Maddies' nails? Future MPD indictment? Question mark. I would like to ask for those in the chat. I know for those that can't comment on the chat because they have to wait the 24 hours to pop up. We appreciate you. We're doing that because we just want to make sure that the people that is here subscribe is because they really want to be here. Big shout out to James Moen. Thank you for being here. Very appreciate it. Big shout out to the members. Big shout out. Thank you for being here. Big shout out to Amy Conway. Big shout out to James Moen. Thank you so much. Send the big shout outs in the chat. We're going to talk about it today. My question is, who did not just watch the hearing, pay attention to the hearing, listen to the hearing, pick apart any bone with the hearing? I want to make sure that I could see in the chat who did pay attention to the hearing. Because again, if you did pay attention to the whole hearing and didn't fall asleep, can I get a witness? Can I get a witness? If anyone that watched that hearing knows that that title that we put together for this live stream is not clickbait. Today's title is based and came out of this latest hearing. So then the thing is, and I want to make sure that can anyone hear me? Can I get a witness? Who watched that hearing with me? I did stream it late. I deleted it because he was sloppy. He was sloppy. I missed the live from the source. Yes, I gotta say it. I had appointments. I had I had tax appointments. Very important. Big shout out to YouTube. I had tax appointment. More important than anything else going on. That take care of my family. That take care of my responsibilities as a man. That take care of my responsibilities as a patriot. That take care of my responsibilities as a citizen of the United States of America is paying taxes. Let's go. I advise everyone, listen, fill up your taxes. Either get your money or pay your money. That's patriotism right there. It's good for you. It's good for the nation. It's good for all. So, if y'all here, listen, watch, and pay attention to the hearing. Y'all should know without me even saying anything. Big shout out to Tanel Ray. Thank you for being here, Ray. I appreciate it. Big shout out. Big shout out to Tanel. Make sure let's send the shout outs in the chat. Big shout out to Tanel. Thank you so much. We appreciate your presence. Thank you so much. We appreciate it. But if y'all watch the same hearing that I watch, y'all definitely heard what I heard. We're going to talk about it, but y'all definitely heard what I heard when they were talking about alter suspects. When they were talking about alter suspects and DNA under the fingernails of Mighty Mullen. If y'all watch the same live stream that I watch, can anyone answer me in the chat what the prosecution said about Maddie's DNA under her nails? And for those that did pay attention and didn't caught it, you're probably gonna catch it now with these questions in the chat and for the chat. You asked me to spend more time with you. Now, don't get tired of me. You asked me, Jrod, what's wrong with you, man? We knew you were sick. But then now you see you're in everything. Like, you know what I'm saying? Now you're falling back, kicking your feet, you know what I'm saying? Now you're forgetting about us. Guess what? No, I did not. I just got shit to do. But you see, now I'm opening space and schedule just for you. Don't leave me alone then. If you want me to be here with me because I want to be here with you. Big shout out to everyone in the chat. Prickety, papi, pa, prickety, pa, familia. Amy Khan would say, Buenas noches, how are you? I'm doing great. Thank you so much. Very much appreciated. Main Sniper on the chat. Boss Lady on the chat. Please don't get sniped, people. Amy Conway's in the chat. Shooting from the hip. Showing mad love. You know she's a sweetheart. She handled business the right way. Big shout outs to her. One of our biggest and main supporters in the chat and the channel. Friend, family. All the good titles that you could give to Amy Conway. Big shout out to her. Thank you for being here. I'm doing great. Please hit the like. Mad love for Amy Conway. We're feeling great. Thank you for the love. She took a nap. Boom, boom, boom. It was raining. Ooh, raining afternoon. Good for a nap. Yeah. Let her head in the ceiling. Fall asleep. Yes, facts. Done it before. Amy Conway said, glad you here. And I reply, I'm glad that I'm here, Amy Conway, with y'all spending some good old true crime time. In the best way we could bring it to the community, we just got to keep it just straightforward. We can't sugarcoat it. Again, the title, I want to make sure that everyone understand that if you watch the same hearing that I watch, you know that this title on this live stream is not clickbait. It's based on the what we seen, heard, and listened to on that latest hearing. We heard this out of the prosecution's mouth. I hope you did listen to it because we're gonna talk about it tonight. It's gonna be a good conversation. Big shout out to Kane Disperse, Kane BS Disperse. Thank you so much for being here. Very much appreciated. We got Heather Fitzgerald in the building, coming through in the clutch. Big shout out and it hit different. Heather Fitzgerald. We got Tanel, we got James Moen, we got Heather Fitzgerald, we got Kane BS Disperse. Thank you so much. We got Amy Conway. Hopefully everyone is gonna trickle in. Pause no Diddy. And we're gonna get there. We're gonna have this conversation though. We're still waiting on Speak Van Holden. He called me early though. He called me early. He was very excited though. I asked him, did you watch the same live stream that I watch? And he was like, yeah, he cooked. He out of there. He out of there. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I had to give you the action, you know what I'm saying? Down south action, straight Texas, you know what I'm saying? He out of there. You know what I'm saying? He's not out of there. He's out of there. You know what I'm saying? It hit different. Big shout out when we send a special shout out to Speak My Holding. But he called me early. He was excited. And I was like, yo, he excited and shit. I'm excited now. And pause no Diddy. Hashtag no Diddy. No Diddy, no doubt. It hit different. He literally, he literally called me on some exciting bullshit. You too old for that shit, bro. You fuck out. Brett, he out of there. Listen, he was motivated. I don't know. He was somewhere around the world. You know how it is. He's just in the plane all the time. It just is what it is. Big shout out. And he hit different. To Speak by Holding. I hope y'all read the title and y'all watched the same live stream that I watch. We're going to talk about it. Speak by Holding said he out of there. He cooked. That's it. Finito and caput. And I was like, do you watch the same live stream that I watch, bro? Like, did you? Like, hold on. Can we talk? Like, no, you got, no, I got it. All right, cool. I see you tonight in the live stream. Click later. All right, cool. Big shout out to Speak by Holding. He was excited, bro. I was like, yo, what? I was, yo, like, why he was, what? Did he, what? Can I get a witness in the chat? All right, let's get to the chat. Let's get to the chat because I'm always running late in the chat, but please make sure that y'all talk to me in the chat. The link is right on top. If you want to hit the panel, please don't get blocked. If y'all want to pop up and talk about it and get in depth with the title, I'm curious to know if you watch the same live stream that I watch. Let me speed up a little bit. Bianca, I don't know who's Bianca. I cannot see Bianca, but big shout out. I cannot see Bianca. Bam, 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 bam. Yeah, Hitler. Listen, you could tell Hitler has not. Listen, it's sad to say that. Listen, I'm still trying to give him the benefit of the doubt, right? Because he said some good shit yesterday. You know what I'm saying? Like, you understand me? Like, he's the type of judge that not everybody's gonna like. You know what I'm saying? But he said some good shit yesterday, though, that I gotta give him. You know what I'm saying? I might, and you know what I'm saying? We're gonna talk about it in a little bit. I might have to send him a shout out. It hit different, right down the middle. I have to say that even though I disagree a lot with the looks about it, but through the biasness, because you could tell that the you know, Hitler argues too much pro prosecution. I don't like that. I don't like that. I don't like watching and listening to a judge that the argument that he bringing to the table is the same prosecution narrative that they about to get proven false and misleading. False and misleading. It hit different. When the magistrate is being misled, and this is people supposed to be super duper smart. Can anyone explain that to me? Can I get a witness in the chat? Can I get a witness in the chat? Amy Conley was shocked, making coffee. Let me hurry up. Big shout out to James Moen. We getting to it. We're getting to it. I want to welcome everyone today because I want to have this conversation with you. Did you watch the same? Did you watch the same live stream that I watched yesterday? And if you did, big shout out to Love Tina. Thank you so much. Thank you for being here. Very appreciate it. Big shout out to Heather Fitzgerald. If you heard the prosecution making an argument when they were talking about Arthur suspects and when they were talking about Maddies' fingernails, Maddies' DNA under her fingernails, and what was the prosecution argument about and what they try to make it look like to not use a DNA on the nails that is consistent and fresh for under the matters of the crime scene. The DNA under the nails is consistent with the DNA. I'm gonna fuck you up with this one. On the handrail is consistent of freshness, even though it could be two different males DNA, one type for one person on the Maddies, one type for another person on the handrail. It could be that. Let me give you full for thought. Let me fuck you up tonight. Big shout out to Rock Shock. Thank you for being here. Very appreciate it. Let me fuck you up tonight. Because I'm gonna give you a food for thought for you to take with you home and do your homework. I want everyone to tell me if you did listen to the same thing that I was listening to when the state was arguing about a motion that they put against the defense team far as altered suspects far as DNA found on the Maddies nails and what they argue and want to present to the court was the argument for that DNA on Maddie's fingernails to not make that DNA under her fingernails consistent to the crime scene, to not make that DNA suspicious because it's not convenient for the narrative. They just don't want to recognize that they miss out on that. It could be purposely because they already knew who DNA is that. But again, and I repeat, like I told you before, don't be surprised. I told you this long time ago and I have witnesses in the chat. I told you long time ago and I have witnesses in the chat that I said, don't be surprised if the male DNAs found inside the house what did I say, Amy? Amy, what did I say? Don't be surprised if Jack Decor DNA and Maddie's boyfriend Jake is found in the crime scene. Didn't I say this? This is the same reason why Moscow PD ignore that DNA because they already knew whose DNA was that. Did I tell you this like a long time ago? Didn't I say this like a year and a half ago? Probably a year. And that could be the reason why that DNA was plain, first and foremost, was found inconclusive. We're talking about a higher, greater grade of DNA. Consistent with the time frame of the time of death. It is consistent even with the false state time of death, because it's in the bubble of freshness, of consistency with the crime scene. The defense team says multiple assailants, 2, possible more, but they referred to 2, leaving the door open to possibly more. Why how he spoke. Listen, it hit different when you have spoke about this type of stuff long time ago, when everyone was criticizing Jrod Point, where everyone was just saying Jrod Point don't know what he's talking about. It doesn't make sense right now. Where is everything that he talked about? Where is it? Ain't it coming out in court right now? Ain't it everything that I have told you from the beginning of this case is coming up in court right now? Can I get a witness in the chat? It hit different. The reporters, legacy media, the reporters, when they do journalism, right? They got their sources. They will never tell you who's the source is or what's the source. They just tell you the shit. You take it and run with it. People don't even think about the shit that they've been told. The heck, if you ask me, the prosecution, through all their techniques that they were about to use in court to legacy media, so legacy media held the prosecution with this prosecution to prosecute Bryan Kohberger, not just in a clear cahoot with the court, because even the judge we could tell the judge either has not paid attention to the details for him to still try to push like the state is the bottom line. This is why it looks like a cahoot, because the judge is not behaving like a partial, like a neutral judge, a referee in certain occasions. In certain other occasions, it sounds like he right on point and he know exactly what's going on. But at the same time, you cannot look that smart, and at the same time, it looks that dumb. It doesn't work like that. It's like something is wrong. Is the beholding and holding and gatekeeping information, because the gag order, of course. But for having a gag order, the judge is talking about some topics that are in the gag order on some factual tone, and it's the same things that the defense team is telling them. We will get to those facts. We're letting you know that we're cooking. Everything is in the information that we haven't received yet. The mess of everything, because we have whatever discovery we have that is hefty, and we're still waiting for more. And we know the state have it, because if the state don't have it, the state don't have a case. Can I get a witness in the chat? I will get to the chat. You know me, when I'm cooking, I need hands-on cooking. And I miss the chat. I miss the chat. Again, I'm cooking. Let me get to the chat. Listen, let me focus you up a little bit with this food for thought. I'm speeding up a little bit too fast. I want to make sure that everyone in the back listen to me, though. Can I get a witness? Let me go to the chat. Big shout out to James Moen. Big shout out to Tanel. Heather Fitzgerald. Philosopher's here. Love Tina's here. Kane BS the Perch is here. Big shout out, very appreciated. Again, ladies and gents, the MVP VIP pass is on the top. If y'all want to come up and join the conversation about it, if you have questions about it, if you want to share your thoughts, you're more than welcome. Feel free. Mi casa, su casa. But please make sure to not get blocked. Big shout out. Let me get to the chat because again, I want to make sure everyone. Tanel said fell asleep multiple times. Big shout out to Tanel. Tanel, New Zealand. Big shout out to New Zealand. Thank you so much, Matt Love. Big shout outs. Thank you for being here, spending time with us, though. Very, very, very appreciate it. Very, very appreciate it. By the way, Heather Fitzgerald, I was kidding with you. I was kidding. A jokey joke, jickety jokey joke. You're always welcome here to come whenever you feel like. Mi casa su casa. You're a beloved sister of this channel. We know I like to fuck with y'all. Hit you upside the head with some bullshit. You know what I'm saying? I gotta talk my shit. I gotta talk that shit though. You know what I'm saying? It's all for the content. It's different. Big shout out to Heather Fitzgerald, sister of the channel. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. She always welcome here. Same way Kane, the Purge, my guy. Very appreciate it. Always family, always peoples. The true crime community is very appreciated here. Is very welcome. We appreciate y'all. We appreciate y'all having time to talk to us. Big shout out to Tanel. Let me speed up the chat though. Let me speed up the chat. Let me see. I hope it's like a raffle. The winner gets Brian's Phantom. Big shout out, big shout out. Tanessa Jrod already shall turn this softer. Yeah, listen, I know. This is what I'm saying. Like, big shout out to Tanel though. This is what I try to tell you. The defense team is at the kitchen. The defense team is cooking. What it bothers me here right, is that the judge don't want to recognize the waste of time of Judge and Lake County. Judge Hippler don't want to recognize all the wrongdoings of the prosecution from the very beginning of the case. It's like that shit never fucking happened. That's where the judge sounds biased, because he's like, Judge, what Aunt? It's like what the fuck? It's like Aunt Taylor is talking to you because she expects you. She put these motions not for her to look stupid. You fucking idiot. Can I get a witness in the chat? Can you hear me? Can I get a witness in the chat? Big shout out to King BS the Spurge. Catching the chat on fire. My true crime brother, how you doing, man? How you feeling? How's everything though? Can I get a witness in the chat? Do you really think that Ann Taylor don't have a reputation to be whole and protect? Who the fuck you talking to? Legacy Media, Court TV, Law and Order, Law&Crime Network. Hey, Nancy Grace, Megan Kelly, what are you talking about? Let me be respectful though. I'm trying to cook them one day in person on their own live. On their own live stream. I'm trying to cook them. I want them to be brave. Listen, big shout out to all of y'all. I want you to be brave and pay me to be on your show. I'ma cook ya. Listen, I get goosebumps just talking about it. I'ma cook ya. I'ma cook ya. Y'all have no balls, no journalism balls to have me on your show, because I'ma cook ya. Because listen, though, The problem here that they all got is that I'm right. I've been right since back then when everybody was saying like, yo, I don't see what Jrod is talking about. I still see tunnels. I'm like, shut the fuck up. I don't know. I think Jrod is a little bit over the top. I can't trust him. He gave me the heebie-jeebies. Shut the fuck up and listen. Can I get a witness in the chat? Because again, the satisfaction that I could get, the other content creators, they cannot get that I've been right from the very beginning of this case. I was right when I spoke to Moscow PD 2 weeks after the killing. Right after they fucking clear all the fucking obvious suspect. What the fuck you was doing? I told you on the call. Did you hear? Did you hear? Did you hear? Did you hear the same hearing? Huh? Did you hear? I wanna get a witness. Did you hear Ann Taylor saying that she had a tip that he was given to Moscow PD early in the investigation? They gave the same obvious suspects. Time of death, reasoning, motive, perpetrators, possible perpetrators, because the only way they could have done this is because this and that on the third, and only Jrod on point giving it to Moscow PD early 2 weeks. 2 weeks. 2 weeks. This case could have got solved in a month. This case could have got solved in a month because they have everything they needed to prosecute these people, students of the University of Idaho. But they turned their eye blind and went and looked another alter suspect. They actually went for the alter suspects because the DNA that we have here, we cannot prosecute because the University of Idaho is not allowing us to prosecute, you fucking idiots. That's the one that cut the fucking check. I wonder sometimes who people is talking to. That's why people be like, Jrod, you sound so mad when you say like, who the fuck you talking to? But it's not that. That's a statement. Because I want people, when they think about me, talk about me, I want them to know who the fuck you talking to. Because when you talk about Jrod on point, you're not talking about any regular true crime motherfucking this bitch. You talk to someone that actually have so much shit to do on his personal life, but I definitely took my time, a little time. I took, let's say, 5% of my time, and I dedicated to the 100%, that 5% that I took from my duties on my personal life to investigate the Kiely Rodni case and the Idaho fall. And then, unfortunately, now I have to also investigate a motherfucking Bryan Kohberger that it was easy for me to exclude from this fucking case. But can I get a witness in the chat? Because again, if you have watched all these hearings that we have put together, we have watched together. Can we all agree that we only looking for justice for the victims? Who gives a fuck about a Jrod on point? I do give a fuck about me. My family gives a fuck about me. But here in true crime, I'm gonna say what y'all say. Who gives a fuck about a Jrod on point being right since day one? He's a small channel. Nobody watched his shit. No one is watching his show. No one is watching his shit. Do you see how little of likes he gets? He's a small channel. What, 200 to 300 people is watching his shit? But guess what? 200, 300 people knows more than millions and millions of people around the fucking world, because my subscriptions, my subscribers, my members, my mods know more than a motherfucking 97% of people out there. Our members, mods, and subscribers that actually have pay attention could go out there and give you a whole thesis of the Idaho for Bryan Kohberger case, just out of what I've been telling them. Whatever they add to it is the cherry on top. Why you think some content creators don't dare to bring me to their show? Well, first and foremost, they broke. They don't have the money for it. And second of all, they see that my image and my information is so impactful. My image, my in the way I work, my tone, I outshine, and it's obvious, I outshine multiple true crime content creators out here. They bring in a false character, a false persona. Like, motherfucker, you act like you never get mad. Shut the fuck up. You act like you never get mad. Shut the fuck up, bro. Who you talking to? Why you act like you such a good man? Something wrong with you, dog. Cause you, in the way you talk, you are like too Barbie. You too Barbie. Like we talking about true crime content creators, right? They allegedly have some type of street life in the past or whatnot, but they talk like they a fucking Barbie. Stop playing with yourself. Stop playing with the people out there. Be you fucking self. You don't be yourself because you probably, people not gonna like you if you act exactly how you are. Be yourself. Don't come over here bringing a fake persona and then you cannot match with a content creator like me because I'm too fucking real. Because you're not gonna cut. I'm gonna cut the bullshit and I'm gonna call you bullshit on your channel. That's what y'all don't want. That's what y'all don't want. Y'all don't want a Jrod on point coming up like so nice and easy. Easy breezy. A wolf clothed in a sheet. Nice and polite. And as soon as you say the wrong fucking thing, who the fuck you talking to? Because that's the first thing he's gonna come out. No, all the hoes want to hear on their show their own guest saying like, who the fuck you talking to? They already know that's in my repertoire. That's what I do. This is me. I don't I don't take no bullshit from no one. Who the fuck what? I don't. You know who I'm talking about. Listen, when I'm saying Barbie ass, so-called thugs from the past, Barbie ass. Listen, it don't matter which race you are. I'm calling ya out, all of ya. I don't care what race, male or female. I'm calling ya all out. Y'all all fake. Y'all all fake. Y'all all fake. Cause y'all act. Listen, for man, y'all act like here in true crime you don't have real people. Y'all act like here in true crime we don't have grown adults. Y'all act like babies in true crime. Y'all think like babies. You know how many content creators I watch? And he's like, why the fuck I'm torturing myself? We listening to true crime. We're listening to true crime that is about the most awful shit that you could even think of in this fucking world from the human race. True crime is nothing nice and nothing good about true crime, but people talk about true crime like they fucking excuse my language, like they fucking in a bubble. This is very special spoken people that they have to talk to you so nice and polite. And hold on, let me grab the viewers by the hand. I don't wanna I don't wanna break. I don't I don't wanna break my chat room's heart. I don't. So, and I'm saying the whole opposite. If I ever break any one of your heart, you're not a grown adult. Cause a grown adult is gonna laugh and be like, "Yeah, right, you're some kind of shit though." Cause I will never say nothing for anyone to get butthurt. If I'm saying something, if that label applied to you, just apply it in your front head. And you know what I'm talking about. You know what I'm saying? Like if I'm saying something that it hurts your feelings, that just means that what I was saying, that label, it fits to you. And that's why you got butthurt. So I hope no one in the chat goes through that. Because again, when I'm saying shit, I'm not saying this to our subscribers, to our members, to our mods. I'm talking to everyone else outside of here. Everyone else outside of On Point True Crime. Everybody else. Everyone that is here in the chat, you should know for a fact that I'm not talking about you. I mean, you cannot be that dummy. I'm just saying, keeping it for real. We grown adults, right? 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 Just saying. It hit different. Hey, we got here Kane B as the Spurge popping on the chat. Let me see what my brother from another mother got here going on. Hold on. Let me check here real quick. My check 1 2 1 2. My check 1 2 1 2. Kane, what's going on? Can you hear me?
What's up, Primo? How you doing?
Primo.
¿Qué pasó, amigo?
Todo bien, mi casa, su casa, mayonesa, hamburguesa, hot dog, yeah.
Muchas gracias. How are you doing, my friend? I just came up here to calm you down.
No, listen, man. This is the energy that I got today, though. Today, I'm hitting him on the gut. Today is a day to, let's say, make a statement about people pushing the right tone, the right energy, and just people that are not doing it. The information don't match, the vibe don't match it, and I want to just make sure that I kick him on the feet real quick, so like that they know that I'm listening to. Listen, I watch your, I watch your show, not yours. I mean, I watch your show, King, but I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to them. I watch your show. You know what I'm saying? It fucking suck. It fucking suck, bro. But yeah, I'm so happy that you're here, bro. I'm so happy that I'm here. Can you can you tell me how you felt about that hearing? Because that's more important. We already have spoke about many things, but with your listening, what's your take?
I'm just numb from yesterday. I did 11-hour live, and we had like a nice 4-hour chat with Miss Potts and Willie, and she fills in all the blanks. I'm like, what about this and what about this? She's like, yep. What the? And she has like a photographic memory, man. She blows my freaking mind every time. And she broke it down pretty good. If you caught the tail end of the show, it's pretty good. Um, but I think that it's what you, with to what you're saying here in the beginning and what you've said. It all comes down to one thing, and that's instinct. It's been right from the word get go. It's been go with your gut, point blank, period. And that's everything is making sense. And if you want to talk about who else's DNA could be under the fingernails, then you talk about what about if it's Loach is under that. I mean, you gotta blow your mind, because
Yeah, but
if it
Loach is suspected to be, let's say, if that was the case on anything on Ethan and Sana, and anything that is Loach refer. it has to be on Ethan and Santa as Loach don't have no reason to go to the third floor. Because then now if that's the assessment, now we could talk about four, three, 2 to 4, 2 to 3 assailants. Because then now we're talking about that now we have let's say 2 assailants on the top. Because on the top we had 2 different type of DNAs on top, and let's say whatever DNA could be found and the second floor is the most hidden of everything. Because if it was DNA on the third floor, nothing has been spoken about Santa's fingernails. Nothing has been spoken about uh possible other assailants or other type of DNA in Santa's room or on Ethan. You know what I'm saying? Like stuff like that has not been spoken. So if Loach's name come across anything due to that, he had the fight with Ethan and whatnot, that's a motive and whatnot. They could have called him a violation or whatnot, and they went that route. But if any Loach refer expected to be in the second floor and nothing has been spoken about not that name, but I'm talking about the possible DNA on the second floor. That's weird to me that nothing like that is being mentioned. What you think? You take on that?
Well, they haven't mentioned the one-legged man either.
Right. And you know what though? Think about it when we talking about, because this is the prosecution is trying to give a reason to be there, that Maddie's DNA under her nails, ignoring any type of forensic work that it will confirm that DNA is as fresh as as the crime scene. That's a problem. Because the state is trying to give an excuse for that DNA to be on the Maddies fingernails, and they try to say that it's from a previous day, and that is from the life that she lived. So they referring to her boyfriend Jake. Obviously, the only person that he will have. Oh, what they gonna say? Oh, Marty was a scratcher. They boyfriend and girlfriend, they had relationships and whatnot, and she was a scratcher. That's how Jake's DNA got to Maddie's fingernail. That's the excuse that the state brought to the table in that motion against the defense team about that narrative, about altered suspects, and about the particular Maddie's DNA. What you think about that?
You said a lot there. What are you saying? I'm sorry. I'm like,
No,
what are you,
I'm not
you're
saying
saying?
nothing.
They
The
haven't said
state
anything about Xana's DNA.
the state said it. No, I'm talking about Maddie's DNA under the nails, but yeah, they haven't said nothing about
I,
Forrest as
I honest,
possible DNA on the
yeah. I
second
mean,
floor and
here's the
in the
thing about the
bodies also.
DNA, bro. Here's the thing. Um, if they are all of a sudden now have alternate suspects because of some skin DNA or something under the nail, and this is somebody that was together with them at the grub truck, and that's all they have, and they've overlooked everything. Don't forget, Anne has been given 68 terabytes of 52 card pickup, and none of it was labeled. Okay, and they want to tell her, oh, we they Matt Doc, yeah, sorry. I've been working all day, still kind of tinged from yesterday, man. Hold on, I need a drink. They can't remember her stupid name. Shushley Jennings is gets up to the podium and right in front of the judge without being interrupted. says the words, "Yeah, we know that we've had problems getting the discovery to the defense. We know that it's a hot mess, and we blame the dot matrix printer at MPD." So fingers getting pointed in every 17 directions, right? And then you have the words that come out of her mouth. "Yeah, we know there was a problem, but half of it isn't even relevant anyway." Which is the funniest fucking thing I ever heard in my fucking life. Really, lady? Like, really? And you just have to take their word for it. Once again, you know what I'm saying? And the thing is, I mean, I honestly still say that at least 62 terabytes of that discovery is dick pics anyway, because that's all they were doing is walking. Look at them when they're doing the investigation at the house at 1122. They're literally like it's like somebody gave out the memo. Make it look like you're busy, like you're doing something. They're like taking pictures of rocks, just like nobody's going in with any kind of protective clothing. Scene's already been contaminated. How has that not been a motion? How has I mean, I ask you. I mean, I think Ann's doing a great job, and they're doing, and she brought Vic Barlow in, and now the offense has brought in the other DA, the Mark Zuckerberg lookalike, and they're trying to put a pretty face on a lie. You can't dress up a toilet seat. You know what I'm saying? It's a turd sandwich, bro. This whole case, and they are so determined to keep this lie going that they have to. Now this guy's like, I know. Oh, they're really blowing it out there. I'm going to go and handle it. And that's where the pressure is coming. I think that's why I'm starting to believe that's why you see Hitler going like this. And, oh, now I have to perpetuate this bullshit for him. And there was a serious discussion tonight about whether or not, I think it was A.R. Hayes was saying that it's very possible, I think, in my opinion, anyway, he wasn't really saying it, but that Hitler could get some type of Brady or disbarred or whatever for his ad hominem attack, which he literally came out saying they won't have any of. And that's the first thing he tears into with Cyray. But, my best takeaway from the hearing, honestly, Jrod, is that the funny stories I got from Mr. Twizzlesticks. He was in the bathroom with A&R and A&R Records and Bill Thompson at the same time. And, someone so close to us, and then yeah, Heather's been cracking me up all night, like legendary, all-time funny tonight. I don't even know. But, and then AR going back into the courtroom held open the door for the G family, and they would not walk in. I guess I said, you go ahead. Because I guess they've had issue in the past. But, yeah, I thought that was one of the funniest stories. And then I guess they pulled up to Ann in traffic or something like that. But it sounds like they had a good time down there. And they were, putting boots on the ground. But the G's were in the courtroom. You just can't see them on the camera, which I think was strategically done. They didn't want to be on. They knew where the video was going to be and this and that. Can you hear me? Did you pass out?
No.
Okay,
So
I thought I bored you to death.
No, I'm paying attention, but I'm doing production too. Taking care of the chat, putting the chat on the and listening to you, because it's very important for me to listen to our special guest, Kane BS the Spurge. Big shout out to you though. No, I'm paying attention. I'm over here not just paying attention to you, but making sure that we got all the comments in the chat on the screen and paying attention, multitasking over here. But yeah, you were saying that A.R. Hayes went to this latest hearing.
A.R. Hayes was there with his wife, and they brought their dogs down there and the whole thing, and they got a nice hotel. And I guess Twiz had a hotel, and they chilled out. And I guess he did a live in front of the courtroom before the trial started. They got there at like 5 a.m. and the court didn't start till like 10:30 or 10. I started at 10:30 live stream, but they they couldn't get any coffee. They were just stuck down there at the courthouse. But unfortunately, it was like a 9 hours, more or less that whole thing. What was it, from 10 to 5, whatever that is, 8 hours. So fortunately, they had courthouse butt pillows that Twiz was able to use. So I don't know if you've noticed, I don't know how many shows you watch on YouTube anymore, but a lot of people are so excited that they finally got video and picture of Twiz that people are even making like little emoji avatars out of it. You know how you put that in your chat?
Big shout out to Twizzle though. Big shout out to Twizzle
Yeah,
Stick
he's
though.
a freaking
That's
dude. My
amazing.
man is a freaking legend, dude, and everybody loves him. And somebody was saying like so many young girls have crushes on Twiz now. They're just in love with him. Wherever he goes, man, he brings all the ladies out. That's for sure. His milkshake brings all the girls to the yard. But yeah, no. The most important takeaway though, bro, is that we can see, because a judge is supposed to be impartial. I mean, that's the role of a judge. His his role is not to necessarily just play devil's advocate or be the argument for the prosecution. The prosecution is supposed to argue the arguments of the prosecution. Wait, what did you say? You said earlier the prosecution. Wait,
Yeah, the burden is on the prosecution. The
it
burden
should, well,
of
it should be.
you know what I
Have
mean?
you? Hi, welcome to Idaho. You know what I'm saying? You said before, you said the prosecution held the prosecution to prosecute, which
Yeah,
I
that's
thought was looking hilarious. But
yeah,
no,
yeah.
that's true.
That was
You
bars
know,
right there.
uh, and instead they never needed to, and all Hitler did was just kind of lob softballs to the prosecution. It's okay that they weren't telling the truth. It doesn't matter that there were alternate something. There was like Anne was 0-8. Okay, if she was on a baseball team, she'd be at the bottom of the order. She would be kicked off the team. Point blank period. She got one win. That when they finally give her the discovery that they haven't given her yet since last September, she gets 1 week to look it over. And then they're talking, and okay, so when I'm talking about the odd ad hominem attack, that's when you attack a different argument or a person. It seems that they've kind of run out I think they've played all their cards, Jrod. They've thrown them all out there. We've seen what they're going to do, what they have. The big evidence bag at the end of the tunnel, all the guilters kept talking about was a selfie of him in the bathroom.
And you know what though? To
Am I
add
right
to
or
that,
wrong? Am I right
yeah,
or wrong?
to add to that, right? When the state has not, I mean, when you said it yourself, when the state said that they didn't consider some of that information relevant or whatnot, so it's like the state is telling the defense team was relevant and what's not to the case. You know, I mean, that's just holding information, in my opinion, like purposely be holding information.
Of course, yeah.
And it's like the defense team, all that technique. Here's the thing, though, all that technique, it shows now in the way Hitler is treating the defense team. Again, it's like I said earlier, Hitler act like everything that is on record, on court record, on transcripts, all the way from Layton County, none of that shit happened, and that everything that it must be considered is the time that they've been in Ada County, how the prosecution had behaved.
Well, I mean,
And
Bill
you know what
Bill
I mean?
wasn't even at the first hearing, man. He wasn't even there, or the second one, whatever it was. So this one, dude, I didn't realize how emotionally torn apart this would make me. I know everybody is up in arms today, and there's been a couple things that happened. I'll tell you in a minute. But I don't know if you heard the story or not, but in the morning I was like running around like Chicken Little because they had changed the stream website, and I just thought, okay, I'll just click on the YouTube page and everything is fine. And it's 9 o'clock, 8 o'clock, and it's 8 o'clock actually in the morning. I woke up early and couldn't fall back asleep. I was just already nervous, and just like how they say like an angry man is nervous. That's how they used to say it in the 50s and 60s. They never say, "Oh, he's an angry man." No, he's nervous.
Yeah.
Leave him the f alone. And I went to the website and there was a post and it said something about this new thing about streaming goes into effect April 9th, which was yesterday. And I'm like, oh no. And I followed down this rabbit hole where there was a form that you had to fill out and they would send you a license and you had to email it, but they didn't provide an email. So I found the email and I put up a post. And this is all 8 o'clock in the morning. And, 4 hours something before the trial, or 3 hours. And I went on and I made a post. All creators beware. You have to have. I thought they were going to copyright strike, so I started going around from channel to channel, saying, "Oh, Miss Potts, you don't have a license." Oh, I went to Salty Sleuth because I was looking out for her and Swifferfly, and so I'm like, I don't see a license. And Salty Sleuth thought I was like attacking her. She's like, Kane, I know you, but I don't know you. That's why they call her Salty Sleuth. It's like, I don't know you. Then she got up there like I was trying to take down her channel. And anyway, so I finally go to Miss Potts and I look back and she's finally answering me. She's like, Kane, that's for virtually attending the hearing. She's like, stop getting me all worked up before the hearing. I got the whole world. I was like, the sky is falling. The sky is falling. And anyway, so eventually I figured it out, and I started my stream about a half an hour late from that one. I don't know. I thought it was a funny story.
Yeah, me too. I was handling some things uptown, and then by the time I got home, I find a stream and I started streaming it from there. Um,
But yeah, it
but
was it was an
I
emotional day for everybody, and I didn't. I what that's my point is I didn't think that I would be so vested and if I had like the millennials say I was suffering from feelings.
But you know what though? Did you heard when in a way the judge referred towards the Syray report? It seems that he actually read the freaking report. He actually did for him to have those takes on that. Cause again, do you heard the tone of the judge far as the Syray report?
Yeah, I got sidetracked, but that was like the first thing I was saying in the beginning there. Thanks for reminding me. He came out the gate with no ad hominem attacks. Let's get down to the facts. Let's get this thing done and done right. And one of the first things he did was an ad hominem attack, which is a logical fallacy, right? The arguments are supposed to follow a logical path. And when you deviate from the logical path, then you are no longer in the argument. Now you've branched off to something else. You're attacking a person instead of a issue or a scientific fact or whatever. And the first thing he did, he called him. What did he call him? He said you think you want to come in here with some supposed expert I mean, that one right there was just like, and I mean, because that's kind of where I tuned in. I was getting my channel together, trying to get the live stream going and trying to get the audio right. And because you can't hear Hitler when he talks, he mumbles, and that microphone is far away, and he'll lean back, and he puts his hand over his mouth, so it's like he's got a bag of dicks in his mouth, and so that I wanted to make sure we could at least get the volume, even with the volume right, with Hitler where I corrected it with a compressor, you still can't understand them what he's saying, and anyway, so I had before that. I was only listening. And when Masseth did her first argument, I thought it was Shushley Jennings. And so everything he was saying to Masseth, I thought he was saying to Shushley. And so I'm like sitting there in the camera too and everything live. Like, yes, I can't believe he's finally saying it. This is it. He's my man. And then I looked up and you should have seen my face. It was like, it was freaking massive. And so I'm like, oh, geez, I'm cheering for the wrong team. I'm running around saying the sky is falling. And I got they got to the time in advance records. And from what I believe, the time in advance record statement that Cyrus sent to Hitler, which pissed him off, clearly, was something he asked for himself. Am I right or wrong
Here,
on that?
here's no, you're right. Here's my humble take on Hitler Forrest at the Cyrus report, right? If you ask me that he's the type of judge that he already have a mind made up. He already have a mind made up about how to go about this case. So he understand the gravity of this report. He understand that if everything in this report is 100% accurate, it's gonna be people disbarred, it's gonna be people indicted, it's gonna be people if we combine that, you see, here's the judge is misrepresenting the report with his own biasness, with his own already status as far as the case. Like we could all tell that the judge 100% is leaning towards in favor of the prosecution narrative. And if you ask me, he been arguing for the prosecution against the defense team in ways that you could tell it shouldn't be a judge argument because is baseless towards the judge is more in favor of a prosecution. That's one. So if you ask me, the judge misrepresent what it should be the understanding of this report. Because again, he have to give, he can't act like an expert. It's not any kind of expert. You can the judge cannot, it shouldn't minimize the gravity of the report. It shouldn't minimize the credibility of Cyrus. He shouldn't, as a judge, put in question the credential, put in question the report. Because again, for everything that it was on that report, I believe the Cyrus have everything to back that report up. Because again, he's not gonna look again. It's like people act like people gonna sit there in court to look stupid. People that he's been working for years to be where they at. They just for a Bryan Kohberger, they're just gonna go to court and look stupid. No, the judge is making them look stupid and me representing the magistrate. That's what's going on here. We don't have a judge that you could tell when the judge fumbling the ball far as how organized. Again, the prosecution and the defense team have to tell the judge what's supposed to be actually next.
Simone, Simone.
When a judge drop the ball like that, it shows the judge is not organized. The judge is easy to forget details. So how in the heck a judge that is easy to forget details that they just spoke 5 minutes ago, how they gonna start this hearing and what's gonna be first and whatnot, all the way to the end, in the middle of everything, the judge is lost. The prosecution and the defense team had to tell the judge, "Oh yeah, we was ready for this, and we thought that this was coming next." And how can a judge that it seems that senile could argue anything about this case? Because if you that senile on what you just spoke 5 minutes ago before the cameras turned on, how in the heck we could trust that you did your homework in this case? You read all the records and merits, that you literally went through the whole transcript all the way from whatever they have in Layton County, all the way up to this day today, and the judge can properly recognize not just the beat, the tone, or the status of where this case at right now, or where the status of this case should be by now. In my opinion, the judge is misrepresenting the truth, misrepresenting the facts. He's making the defense team looking weird, looking not capable, not able, not ready to go. When in reality, prosecution have put hurdles on the defense team for them to be ready. And then whatever they throw their way, they try to waste more time. Now, any discovery we give you, I mean, we're not supposed to do your job. You figured it out. Like it's your job, right? You get paid for that shit. You know what I mean? It doesn't look good for a prosecution to act like that. Second of all, did you hear when the judge said that if Maury on the cast report miss that one particular detail that exonerate Bryan Kohberger, he'll get indicted. This is why at the end of the title says future MPD indictment question mark. Do you heard that? Can
Um,
you fell asleep?
I'm picking up what you're laying down, man. We're thinking the same way. You said that sorry, my brain is working slow today. He's basically, what I'm saying is he's doing the prosecution's job for them. And that's the same thing coming out of your side. And he's not supposed to do that. And when it comes to knowing things, as far as this judge goes in Ada County, he can certainly has like a 20/20 memory of anything that the prosecution is discussing. But miraculously, he can never remember a thing. You know, for example, DNA, or what a terabyte is, between a gigabyte and a terabyte. And he can never wrap his head around the arguments that Ann Taylor or Masseth is making, or Bicca Barlow. Now, Bicca Barlow came out of, she's known as an aggressive attorney. Her style of attorneyship is different than her expertise in DNA. She's a gator. She's a crocodile in on the floor. Okay? And she made a statement. And then, do you remember what was it? Something about all the stuff they're hiding from us, or something about they're keeping from us. And then she turned and looked right at Jennings. Do you remember that moment?
Yeah, when they were talking about all that stuff that they haven't brought to the play for us as discovery, and the worst part of that the judge was asking, like, how can you try to drop the death penalty out of the discovery situation? Like, why you getting came to me first? Like, what we talking about? This issues been happening all the way back. Like, again, the judge is making it look like that those issues in Layton County didn't occur. That's a problem. Because he only counted the time that they've been on Ada County, making it look like, making it look like why should I dismiss like not go for the death penalty under these grounds? Like why the discovery is an issue? And it's like, are you serious? Like, are we handling the same case? They have missed days that they were supposed, they blew deadlines. They blew through them with excuses and all these conversations and whatnot. Again, it would shock me, right, if this continue, because again, I like to give this the whole system the benefit of the doubt. You know what I mean? But going a little bit back to the future MPD indictment, my question to you was early: did you hear when the judge referred towards the cast data, the cast data that it was put together by Mary for the secret grand indictment? It was a detail of where Kohberger was located at a certain time. They literally exonerate Bryan Kohberger. In fact, his cell phone was never shut off. And we hear Bill Thompson keep pushing the narrative in court that his cell phone was shut off for the reason of the killing. That's his reasoning. When in fact the defense team could prove that the phone was never shut off. It seems like this
Right.
phone was outside of the service area, but even though it's outside of service area, the cell phone is still roaming. The cell phone still sending data, is still in communication through roaming. You know what I mean? I think this is well known by people that yeah, you don't have no signal, but the phone still linked to the matrix. It's not like that. It's not like they know where you at. They know
Right,
the
but
direction you're traveling.
here's the thing, dude. When they say that we don't have that shit, it's because they don't. Who do you think, and I know you'll get this, who do you think has that data if they don't have it? That doesn't want to give it up.
Maori after it was said in court that after he created, and he gave me conclusions out of that, but that after he created the cast that they were about to use for a secret grand indictment, he deleted the information on how he got to those conclusions. Like he deleted the draft, all the information, all the data that he put together to get to those conclusions. It was
Yeah.
said in court by
Well,
him that he deleted those files
they
that are
have
gone. Like they
they
don't
have a
exist no
like a
more.
triple backup. If you when you punch your card at Quantico or in Atlanta for the FBI, there's a servers that record that shit in triplicate.
Yeah, but
So
they was
if
not
you're
made.
on on a
Can
FBI software
can you?
doing
This
any
was
kind of
not.
investigation, that shit is recorded by the FBI. The FBI has
Can
entire cities of backup of everything. So
can
it still exists, dude, if it happened. If it's on
Hey,
CastViz, it still exists.
can you hear me?
Yeah.
Can it seems that you don't you it seems that you don't know that the FBI did not make this cast. It was an FBI technique made by Maori at Moscow PD headquarters.
Yeah, but CastViz is an FBI program. And so it's
Yeah,
still connected
I
to the
I
servers. You
know,
have to log in
I
to
know.
use CastViz. So don't tell me that that shit doesn't exist.
But
Point
here's
blank
the
period,
thing.
it's still there. You can't lie. That's a lie right there in itself. But now
But
I'm talking.
here's the thing though. Sorry to interrupt you. Here's the thing. I
No,
could
good.
agree. I could agree with you to the 100% that that information is. I could agree with you on that to the 100%, right? Because now at that point, now me and you are speculating. You know what I'm saying? Because
Oh, that's not a
you
speculation. That's
know,
a
but
solid
but
fact.
but okay, but it will, like, with what is being said in court, on transcript, on record, testify by not just the prosecution, but also by Maury, that is already a fact in court, because again they
Right.
put their name and reputation on
Well,
this
he has
testimony,
no
right?
reputation. He has no reputation with Casvis. He doesn't know how to use it. It
Yeah,
takes 500 hours of training. He has like 16. They showed him how to log in and maybe post a dick pic. That's about it. And they're beyond that, he has no reputation. Anything that he came up with is going to be recorded. That's my point. And it'll come out, man. They shit. Where was I go?
hold that thought for a second,
Yeah,
because
yeah.
we're gonna go back full circle with this together. This is going back to what the judge said, that if Maury missed that one detail that exonerate Bryan Kohberger on the cast cell phone data, that's indictable. Like Maury could literally get arrested for this shit. You know what I mean? That's
That's
it
yeah.
goes
That's
back to
no.
that.
You're
It goes
right.
back to, let me tell you, it goes back to, if in court, okay, you not just miss this detail that is indictable and exonerate in full Bryan Kohberger, but also you came to court and lie about that these records doesn't exist, because FBI should have those records, because FBI was, that was created with a program that it should be, because again we don't know if it's here, if it's not, but it should be connected to the matrix of the FBI. It should be backup and saved by the FBI. It don't matter if it gets deleted by the user at the terminal, but it's still on record. When Maury testified that he deleted all, he don't have it, and prosecution backed that up that they don't have it, and some way somehow it's a way for Ann Taylor to get these records from the FBI directly and whatnot. All that stuff
No, there's
is
no way to get it.
indictable.
She
All
can't
that
touch
stuff
that
is
shit.
indictable.
It's plausible deniability, like Tanel said. But you're right. That is. Wait, what were you saying again?
It's all that is indictable. And let me
Right,
add to
right.
that.
That's it. Wait, hold on, hold on. Let
Go
me
ahead.
before I forget. That's one of the things that Hitler was saying with the Ray letter was that you're making some very heavy accusations that could get people disbarred, discredited, and so on and so forth. And and then that's when he tore into Ray, but and he said, you're trying to do it on the words of some hokey expert or some random expert who is literally the gold standard, has literally written the softwares for them to be able to use their programs, and he knows that full well. And somebody said in the chat today, I forgot who it was, but they said, oh, it was Heather. She said they will rue the day. Judge Hitler will rue the day that he met Ray.
You see, big shout out to Heather Fitzgerald. I gotta say that, you see, that this is when things get serious, and it's a lot of content creators that you don't see probably how I see it. Right? We could agree and disagree on a lot. I agree with you more than everything, and you know that if ever it's a disagreement, I always politely will let you know. Um, but when the judge, here's the most important thing that it gave me a light at the end of the tunnel. It means that when they were talking about the cell phone cast data, that one particular detail of direction, that first and foremost the cell phone was never turned off. That's the biggest the biggest evidence voidable. That's what is squash the prosecution narrative, because the prosecution is pushing that he shut off the phone because he was about to
Right.
commit these
I
murders.
think I think that Cyray, it turned out, actually said that you can't tell if the phone is on or off.
Apparently, yes, it's a way that's the temperature, the tone that Ann Taylor brought to the table.
I see. Okay, I missed that.
You
There,
know
I
what I
mean,
mean?
there's a lot of takeaways. That's awesome. Um, so yeah, okay, wow. But don't you think, I mean, in the FBI, do you think that you're just be able to get on a server with the FBI, do a bunch of shit, and then just erase it off a hard drive? I mean, think about all the corruption that they that would just go through the FBI. I mean, they don't. It's the FBI. You know what I mean? It's
Yeah,
like
but
they don't miss
here's
shit.
the thing. But this is the thing. The FBI did not make the cast. They did not put it together. It was Maury. He utilized a program that the FBI utilized to put this together at Moscow PD headquarters. And again, FBI, apparently they were in the same room. They were not far away from each other, of course. You know what I'm saying?
Well, the reason the
And
FBI was there
we
was because they had to be the ones to log in. You have to log into their server. So even if you're in a
okay.
remote location, it's being whatever every keystroke that you make is logged on 3 different servers at least.
Okay, I got you. So that means that that information has to be back. It definitely got backed up on their own server. I get you.
100%. Yeah,
So,
100%.
even though if you delete it at the terminal, they still have a backup of
Right. Oh
whatever
yeah. I
information
mean,
at
think
that
about
moment.
how stupid would they look if people were just like, okay, yeah, I'll just do this, and then
Because
they delete
remember,
all their work. But I
because
mean,
remember one thing.
you have to, well, think about this before you. I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
What
I
what
love talking to you, bro. Thank
what
you for
what
coming, bro.
motivation? Yeah, no, I love being on here, bro. You're the most real person on fucking YouTube. The thing is think about what is the motivation, and what extra effort do you have to go to actually go back and delete everything that you just did, and just you want it's like coming up to the teacher in 7th grade with just the answer. She's gonna send you to the principal because you have to show your work, right? We all
No,
know
and
that.
also that they should know, and I don't think that this was like a lack of training, far as his knowledge of training. They should Mary knew that this is material for Ann Taylor. This is material that he had to not just pass forward to the prosecution, but have to pass forward to the defense team to be looked at. You know what I'm saying? So this is the part that I wanted to bring to your attention to see how you feel about that. Because one thing, right, is logging in to a program that is only on an FBI server. That you feel me? For example, me and my computer, I log into a FBI web page, right? Logging into a web page
Yep, yep.
is not the same thing that logging into a program that actually do something. You understand me? So that means that the FBI have to have that program integrated to their page and recognized by the page. You feel me? Like the program is encrypted in their web page. You follow me so far?
It's definitely encrypted. Yep.
So I used to go for system saving information. It was just like computer shares. I just try to like give you I have a pretty good idea of what I'm trying to ask you. So another thing is having a program downloaded to a terminal that is not connected to no other backup but whatever
No,
backup in that
the
what
FBI the
particular
FBI
terminal.
owns
You feel me?
CastViz. That's an FBI software. Point blank. Period. There's no. It's not like
Is a
MPD
technique,
has their own version of CastViz. It's connected to the FBI server. You know how you run, like nowadays, like if you're doing graphic design and you
right?
want to use the Adobe products, You
Right,
pay for it.
or a GIMP or something like that. Right, got you.
Well, GIMP is free, but Adobe you pay for. And so you pay 40, 50, 60, $100 a month, and you have access to their programs. You never download them on your computer. They're always run from their server, and all the work is saved on their cloud.
So that means not just they have whatever draft and results of Maori, right? But
They,
also the IgG work.
but they have plausible deniability. They don't have to answer. They don't have to give it up. And if they don't
Oh,
want to, and they don't want the defense, so if they still don't want the defense to have it, then they're going to hold on to it, whether they ask for it or not. They can tell her to go stick it
but
because
they already got
they're the
subpoena for
FBI.
it. They
But
already
the
got
FBI
subpoena
is
for
above
it.
the subpoena. You can't subpoena the
They're
FBI. The
above
FBI doesn't have to answer to anyone.
they're above the subpoena power even of Superior Court.
Anyone. Maybe a
Oh,
Supreme
okay.
Court. Maybe a Supreme Court.
You know, you got to be sure on that in certain things though, because I totally understand that the FBI have to listen to a subpoena and the request has to be served because the only thing about it that the FBI, the only stoppages that the FBI put is that they want to know the reasonings of why this information has to be given. You feel me? It's not like the FBI is above a request from the court because there's ways to get to that. You see, and we understand the feds are federal, but at the
They're
same time, and it was said in court. I don't know if you did pay attention. It was said in court that the FBI only wants the reasons why this information has to be given and whatnot, and it's processed to that. But they can definitely by law cannot suppress because again, whatever information they have that they don't want to give, not even to the court, that means that whatever evidence comes out of that cannot be used in the court of law. You feel me? Did that make
yeah,
sense to you?
definitely.
Because it cannot be super
Unfortunately,
it cannot be how can I say it? It cannot be revisited by a professional. It cannot be revisited by a expert in that one particular topic. It cannot be recreated for the court. It cannot be confirmed outside of the FBI that that information they say that they put together for this particular case can't even be used because is no due process behind that. If the FBI is not giving the materials of evidence that the state is using, obviously cannot be used. And I don't understand why that language it hasn't been brought out to the table yet. I don't see that. You see that though? You see what I'm saying? Correct me if I'm
I
wrong.
fully understand what you're saying, and there may be paths to this FBI information, but not through Idaho. I'll tell you that right now. And Bryan Kohberger is a person that doesn't stand a chance. And you can see it clearly now in an Idaho courtroom.
But
Getting him
does
into
that
that
make sense to you
courtroom,
though?
it's over.
But does
Yeah,
that make sense to you though? Like for
it makes
example,
sense. Like I said, there
is
may be a pathway to that information, but not through Idaho. Not
because
through
again
Idaho, bro.
that's been on the subpoena for even for the motions to compel of evidence that's been there since day one. That's because
And
that's
look at him fly, right? Look at him fly with it right to Ann Taylor, right? She had it.
right.
She was still getting discovery after the hearing yesterday.
Facts, facts, facts. Big facts from Kane.
No doubt about it, man. It is whack a doodle. Everybody is flipped out about how biased he was. It couldn't have been more obvious, you know. Heather Fitzgerald's putting down some links. I think maybe we should look at real quick.
Yeah, no, that's good though. Let me finish up with this food for thought over here because I wanna break that down for you, right? Um, because I haven't gotten your take on that though. We was bouncing around a little bit, and I wanted to talk far as the future MPD indictment. Because again, let's repeat: if Maury not just miss key details that he was supposed to include in the secret grand indictment, that it would exclude Bryan Kohberger. That right there by itself is indictable. The Judge Hippler said that himself. That he said this is the thing that it
They'll
gives me the
just do
light at the end
they'll
of the
just
tunnel.
make
That
something up. They'll make something up like, oh, he was inexperienced at it, or just and there's he's just bro. She's been lobbing torpedoes at him repeatedly, and they're just brushing him off like, did somebody just throw a feather at me? What? They're acting like, oh, this is nothing. All it means not. That was the first time he really addressed it because
yes.
he pulled. If you look at it, he really pulled a Bill Thompson yesterday, Judge Hippler. He did the exact same thing as with the "Have you read, seen, or heard?"
Yeah,
Right?
yeah. I know. I feel you. Yeah.
He turned it on himself. He showed his true colors. He let his emotion get in the way of a legal process, and he did an ad hominem attack on Cyril. And um, he said enough to get. I forgot where I was going with that shit. Anyway, it's like when you're playing buck. You know what buck is?
The judge was doing what he was saying that the Cyril was doing.
Oh right, yeah. It's just, dude, they just blow everything up. They don't care. He. That's why I say there's no pathway through Idaho. It's like a rock wall. It's like the Great Wall of China in there. And you know what I'm talking about? Buck. You ever played Buck?
Nah, no, I
Buck.
haven't played backup, but I get what you're saying. That just literally when he was saying what he was saying about Cyril, he was supposed
Yeah.
to. This is what I was saying, that he was
Oh
misleading
yeah. He told. Oh
with his
he
facts.
told on himself. Right. Yeah. He told the Bill Thompson. Because he finally acknowledged that there was something that got his goat that was worthy of looking at, it was so extreme that it would cost people their jobs and maybe put them in jail. And so
That
yeah, he had that was his Bill Thompson moment where he, by losing his cool like that, he acknowledged that. And instead of going and flipping a switch and saying, "Hey, Cyril, you're on a Zoom call waiting right now. Let's address this," he rather would attack two women and try to beat them down because he's that kind of guy.
No, you know what's the most surprising thing, right? Because it was not just that he acknowledged it, right? But I believe that was his moment of clarity. Like, then I was supposed to grant the frank hearing, because I would be able to hear in the frank hearing all the details about this shit, and then find out if he did that purposely or if he did that for a lack of training. And the frank hearing, that shit would have come out.
Well, did you notice that he said several times in the hearing, if this thing goes to trial?
Yeah, you heard that too, bro. Yo, big
Mm,
shout out to Kane. Big shout out to Kane. It hit different with Kane be as the perch. He paying attention. It hit different. That's your homework right there. Big shout out to Kane the Spurge. When he said that, bro, I put it on my, I type it on my chat like, what, wait, what he said? Whoa, what? I couldn't believe. I was
oh
like,
yeah, I had a
oh,
couple of those
oh.
moments. I had a couple type in moments. Believe me, that I want to go back and watch that whole thing. Because so many people say things in the chat, and then I forget what I said. Because it was just like, holy crap. Oh yeah, okay. Here's my
You,
producer Heather Fitzgerald.
you, yeah, you want to show a little bit? You want to show a little bit of it?
31665. We have representing the state, Mr. Thompson, Ms. Jennings, and Mr. Horowitz. And for the defense, we have Ms. Taylor, Ms. Massoff, and Ms. Barlow. Ms. Barlow and Mr. Horowitz, welcome to the fray. I think I saw you back there. And
they came out hot on this, Jrod.
I apologize for missing either. Mr.
I know, bro.
All right. Today we have a number of motions to get through. What we don't get through today, we will take up tomorrow. You should have received by email a listing of score sheet of the motions and a rough order that will take those up in, separated into groups. Within the groups, we may not stick exactly to order, and we may take up several within a group if they're related at the same time. And so with that, let's take up defendants' motions in limine regarding inflammatory evidence, use of the term murder, and use of the term psychopath or sociopath.
Who have said that the most, bro? Who has said that the most, bro? Can I get a witness who has said that the most in legacy media? Because again, it's like
so much Steve and maybe Nancy Grace.
Yeah, Banfield. Yo, the list goes on and on. It's like the prosecution give the whole legacy media, news media outlets the narrative that they were about to follow against Bryan Kohberger, and the defense team was like, oh, that you just made our job easier because now we know exactly what you're gonna say in court, and literally everything matched word by word. You know what I mean? So this is why these motions are popping up. They combating the future narrative that the prosecution could use, but at the same time is no evidence to back those words. This is the basics of these motions. You cannot refer to my client in a manner that you don't have proof to back that up. Everything is alleged until the day that the jury say, yeah, he guilty of all counts. You know what I'm saying? So it has to be, it's like I was saying a long time ago. It was like this case is based on the language, based on narrative that the prosecution is bringing to the table. You know what I mean? They're utilizing the type of language that is inflammatory, that is unjust, and at the same time is not based in solid proof, because everything is circumstantial. It's literally you could say what you could say, but you have to prove it. You can't just tell me that birdie is pink just because it's obvious, because then now that birdie have to be pink. You cannot just say it is and it's a whole different color. You know what I'm saying? So this is what the prosecution is doing, though, in my opinion, since the beginning, that is just making a narrative and making a language against Bryan Kohberger. They made him look a certain way. They mislead the people, because then when you go to the evidence of it, it doesn't match. So they try to avoid to have inflammatory language when it cannot be backed up by facts. You understand me?
Yeah.
My guy, let's continue. Anything you want to add to that?
Yeah, hold on. Wait. Roll the tape. I'll be honest, I haven't seen this opening, so I'm excited. Roll that tape, baby.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You know, we got a pretty tight production over here. You know, we got you.
I'm Guessing from the court's comments, the court wants me to address all three of those. I'll do that then. Your Honor, the motions are brought to the court based on Mr. Kohberger's constitutional rights and the rules of evidence and relevant case law. With regard to the inflammatory evidence, that is requesting that the court issue an order preventing the state from trying its case with an emotional appeal or an excessive use of emotional phrasing or an excessive use of repetitive photographs. Certainly, we understand that there will be photographs that we may not like that come in, testimony that we may not like that will come in. But what we're talking about is an excessive use of emotional appeal. That the examples that we've seen in relevant case law come from State versus Ellington. In that case, the prosecutor repeatedly used a phrase that was inflammatory about the defendant having run over the wife of a witness who was testifying. And that was found to be inflammatory because of the excessive use of that phrase. Additionally, in that case, there was an appeal to juror emotion when the state sought testimony from a witness about why he might have left his job. Those are examples of what we're talking about. The court has to do the rules of evidence balancing test, and to do that after the state has elicited inflammatory testimony is difficult to undo and puts Mr. Kohberger in a position where the jury's already been inflamed. And so we're seeking to prevent that.
So let's say in other words, right? It's gonna be already complicated, the jury pool. Like to pick and choose the jury for this case. I see it coming that it's gonna be a pretty prolonged process. Can we agree? Like they're definitely gonna take time picking up the judges. Like I don't think they're gonna take a week to do that.
Sorry,
I think they're
I
gonna
was
take.
muted.
No,
I
in my opinion, they're gonna take longer than a week. It's gonna be a prolonged process, if you ask me, to pick this jury.
well, the jury alone, yeah. No, I was talking to somebody, and I'd planned on getting a Airbnb out there in August, right? And anyway, a lot of people are saying that this trial may take 2 to 3 months, and I was budgeting for a month, to go out there, and I wasn't going to get there for the jury selection, but I think that'll give me a little time to assimilate. I don't think that they can have this particular trial in this courtroom, because this is just a hearing room, so the trial itself is going to move because there's no jury stand in this. If you notice that, I'd see it. Twiz might be able to correct me on that, but it doesn't seem like it's going to be big enough to accommodate the crowds that we're going to see from the media and so forth. But they're what were you saying?
No, yeah, actually, I see that this is not a pretty big courtroom. I think for the type of case that is going to involve a lot of people.
Right.
And by the way, I wanna add to that, right? Now also they're gonna take a lot of time, a long time to get the jury, right? But then this jury already in absolute is gonna be already having kind of like a idea about the case. They probably not gonna say it, but yeah, right there, buddy.
Yeah, sorry, yeah.
So
It didn't break.
the jury, as long as they in Idaho, they're already gonna have a pre
Exactly, yes, exactamundo, my friend.
A predisposition, a pre-take of it. They already will have some kind of mind made up about this case, right? And if they know how to, for example, they know how to fake it, like I was saying in the live stream not long ago, if they actually are good actors, they could pass the radar of Ann Taylor and whatnot,
Hmm.
and very, very selected people, right?
Yeah,
Um,
you have to think, yeah, because there are a lot of people that are fired up out there on the West Coast about this case, and they want to see Hitler or BK burnt. And you noticed how skinny he was?
yeah, no, not also that, but at the same time, do you remember when Hitler was talking about, oh, but I don't understand why people mistake the misrepresent or mistake the jury around here, because the jury been doing that for the past 100 years. It's like, what you talking about? It's supposed to be random jury. You don't know who's gonna come. Like, how you know that the jury, it has 100 years doing this, and why we doubting the smarts, or why we doubting the takes that the jury will have in this case or whatnot. You feel me? Because when he said that the jury's been doing this for 100 years, it's like, what, for 100 years you already have a group of people pre-selected to come and be juries? Like, can you explain how can you as a judge talk like that when you know, and you should know for a fact, it's a bunch of randoms that you're not even supposed to know? So how can you give credibility and back up the opinion of a jury that you don't even know yet? This is random people, regular James, regular Joes. How can
Yeah,
the,
regular
you know,
farmers,
do,
right?
do you see it? Do you see it, bro? How can the judge sit in court and bow for and co-sign the smarts of the jury and the decisioning of the jury? Like, don't criticize our jury pool. The jury pool has been doing this for the past 100 years. What are you talking about? Do you have for the past 100 years a system of pre-selected jury that they come and they just play like they randoms and shit? Because you're running the whole show. You feel me?
Mm,
That he cannot
mm.
sit there and talk like that about these people, because you're supposed to not know these people. It's always randoms, young, old, different cultures, different races that are supposed to be in Idaho. It's not a selected just Rick bro coming through the door to be jury, because if he's like that, he cooked.
There's
My
there's paid jurors, man. That's not anything new. And 100 years ago, the grand jury was started to for the defense. It was a defense tactic to pre-screen people because we're talking about late ages, the Wild West, or even more than 100 years ago, and slowly over time it became a prosecution technique where they could bring in a group of confidants, more or less, people in elected of people in politics that are as we can see always under the control of what are they now? They're under control of Pfizer and Coca-Cola and Sony, and you have these people brought in to be able to say, oh, here we got this guy, we got a bunch of stuff. They throw a bunch of paperwork at him, and they just go, okay, get him in there, and that's how they got him in. And now it's a tactic, and everything in this whole shit show it's a chess game. It's a tactic. But you have this 5'3" woman who wears a sport coat that's 3 sizes too small over her nightgown, same one to every trial. Who I mean, she is a greasy scumbag, and she tries to overact her her over informing answers on everything. And Hitler wouldn't dream of interrupting her. He stopped her once in that whole 9-hour hearing. And I think Meany was keeping score how many times they stopped Ann Taylor's side and it was upwards of 80 times.
And you know what though? What's your take? What's your take on the judge not recognizing the issue with a full discovery and the issues with the experts? Because I don't know if you did notice that it's an issue not just of materials on, because again the prosecution is arguing things that not is not in full. Like first and foremost, like you said earlier, the defense team has not been able to go through whatever they have as we speak right now. They have not got into that in full at all. So
Simone. So yeah, no. My
right,
take on it is there's no consequences or repercussions for the prosecution failing to do anything. And no matter where they are, it doesn't matter where in Idaho you move this trial to, Jrod, because it is going to be the same result. Where, like I say, when he asks them a question, it's a softball. It's like the contestants in a beauty pageant. You know, they're and somebody made the comment earlier that it's like the prosecution has its own set of cheerleaders.
yes. You know what though? Let's skip a little bit of the beginning because it's like them trying to make sure that the state use the proper language towards their defendant, right? I think we
Mm.
could all agree that's something that we understand what's going on with that, right? We could move on to the next topic in the same video, right?
See?
Simon? Okay, Tato. Let me push forward a little bit.
Life isn't about
We're gonna see these commercials here and there. Hold on. Let me not. I don't want to get copyrighted. 1 second,
Enrola
señor.
la cinta.
Momento, señor. 1 second, please. We're gonna continue right now. As soon as it comes back. Boom. All right. Here. Here. Boom. Boom. Doing a little production here, real quick. Let me see what we got here.
Arrested in that fashion. So our prayer to the court is the court deny the request for orders that the defendant has made and simply preserve the defendant's opportunity to object if something of concern comes.
Okay, cool.
The
We
jury is
get
going to
that.
be charged with what the charge is or our charges are in this case. And
Review at your convenience. One for the court, one for you, one for Ms. McLaughlin. It occurred to me that it would be much easier for you to determine what you thought about this video if you actually got to see it in full. We don't need to play it in court. You can review that at your convenience. It's not our position that the traffic stop equates to a crime that makes someone capable of murder. It's our
Oh, this is the traffic stop stuff.
position that the traffic stop video brings in other acts that the state is trying to end run on. And I want to give you examples. In this video, things that make it more prejudicial than probative are that it provides presence in Moscow. It is at night. It is a visual of the car that is not just the make and model. It is Mr. Kohberger's statement that he doesn't think state seatbelts provide much in the way of safety. Mr. Kohberger's question about why they need his phone number. Mr. Kohberger's.
What you think about that, bro? Bryan Kohberger was on the cops' radar.
Yeah, it's pathetic.
For a long time.
That is what they need to be able to identify the car, is the video from the seatbelt ticket. That's what they're trying to use to compare to the Ridge Road footage. That's where they got it. That's why they're holding it. Because it doesn't match. The car doesn't match, dude. Twiz and I came to the same conclusion on 2 different days. Where you have, if you look at the car from the front, the car in the video where the tail light is, if you're looking at it from the front at an angle, That's how
Right.
you see that picture. The where the back blinkers, where you put the blinker fluid in, that is straight down. It's a right angle. It's a straight angle. On Kohberger's car, that area of the back of the car is rounded. And we both found, I was using GIMP software, and he was just looking at the picture. But I just happened across it because I was zooming in on everything. I hadn't noticed it because I'm looking at headlights and this and that, and where's the door handles and the sunroof and all that shit. And so anyway, yeah, that is not his car. And another point she's going to bring up here in a minute is all the different cameras. Basically what she's saying is they're saying the person that did this drove a white car. Kohberger drove a white car, therefore he did it. But the car doesn't even match.
No, and also, I could hear myself in the background. And you
Oh shit! I'm sorry. My bad. I was getting up to make a drink. Here, you go ahead and talk for a minute. I'll turn it off. Sorry.
You're good. Actually, I wanted to know if you actually recognize or remember that conversation about vehicle number one, that they wanted that vehicle number one to be the same vehicle. Like they wanted to make it look like that this white car, white Elantra that you see in this one particular video is the same Elantra in all those videos. What you think about that?
No, it's not the same car, and she's saying like, we want to know about suspect vehicle one and why there's 7 different versions of suspect vehicle one. It doesn't match, bro.
Right, because I believe they have. I could still hear myself.
I mean, if it matched, I'd be the first person up here saying that. Oh, let's look into this. There's a chance that it is, but they are literally basing this on a video, and so some people are saying the reason they want to keep it out is because of his inquisitive nature. That he's asking, like, why did they ask him for his phone number? But that is something I'm seeing in more like little short videos. The cops asking for people's mobile numbers and shit. So it's not legal to ask you, but if they ask you and you give it to them, then it's okay. But I'm seeing it more and more. People are, and I think it's because what they're doing is if they find something, now they have your mobile number and they can collect all the data on you. And now not only have they pulled you over, but they've butt graped you from top to bottom on your cellular device. So they can file a report on people in your town, who you're talking to, what you're saying, all that shit. That's why they asked for a phone number. What was your question?
You hear me?
Yeah.
It's echoing. I could hear myself.
Oh,
on
my
the
bad.
speaker.
Sorry. I keep. Go ahead. I'm sorry. It's off.
No, I'm saying like you need headphones, bro. You need headphones because if you
I
don't
took
have
them off.
headphones,
I took them off because I'm trying to make a drink. Give me a second to make a drink. You talk. Okay, 1 second.
big shout out to Kane. Big shout out to Kane. We having a little malfunction here with the host. Big shout out to Kane. We have a little malfunction here with the co-host. Big shout out to Kane. He different. Yeah. He been knowing he been knowing about the echo. Yeah. Had been able to fix it. He getting something to drink though. He getting something to drink. He just, you know what I'm saying? The kitchen, you see, in the way the kitchen is so situated, you feel me? It's different. Like I have to literally walk a long distance, you know what I'm saying? Like from the kitchen. Yeah, that you see, I have to hear his voice because you know what I'm saying? I'm in the middle of a live stream, you feel me? So I gotta hear his voice. Y'all don't get it. Y'all don't get it. That's how shit. Listen, we got this though. Big shout out. And he hit different to my guy KBS. The Spurge, it hit different. Big shout outs.
Kohberger's question about how the officer reacts when people lie to him about wearing a seatbelt. If the court allows this evidence in, the state has the ability to use this to make many other points beyond identity. And the jury would have the ability to potentially seek to ask to rewatch the video and draw other conclusions that we are worried about.
Now that I remember that, how you see the cops on a regular traffic stop requesting your phone number or asking you for your phone number on type of, because you know it was a theory out there that they took his phone number from his insurance, which is a insurance that a cop will have. So when they run your insurance, your phone number pop out, like on that traffic stop with that young lady. They were saying that happened then, but then that whole information, it was misled, because what it seems like that they got his phone number when and this one particular traffic stop. Am I understanding right, Kane?
They don't need it. It's like what Willie said yesterday. Anything that Kohberger bought within the last year, if it's a pair of socks or a toothbrush, it has to do with this crime. And with the seatbelt ticket, it has nothing to do with anything. And what they're going to try to do is try to make him look like he's an obstinate asshole to this cop, and that's his character. Because what they need to do is they need to create a boogeyman here. They have to have a boogeyman, and they don't have a boogeyman. So what they've done all along is perpetuate these bullshit ass. Look at the PCA, bro. Look at the PCA. You could tell me what fantasy land of Hushroom Tea did they come up with this PCA frozen shock phase? Bushy eyebrows, and then
the paperwork though.
They not only that, they tried to defend it by saying she may have been wasted on 10 White Claws and a bunch of Borg, but she was consistent over 4 days. You can say, if I don't say anything over 4 days, I'm consistent. That's consistency. I'm not saying something. So by saying somebody's consistent, they're not saying anything. That doesn't make her testimony reliable, because she literally said, I don't even know if it was a dream or real. And so they're going to go like, well, it's consistent testimony. It's Kohberger. He has bushy eyebrows. Look, and they especially, I think they probably photo enhanced the eyebrows in that bathroom pic just to make more emphasis on it. Because if you notice, there's some type of filter on it. Whether he put that filter on or not, I don't know. But that's the picture that we're being shown. There is definitely a filter on that picture. So, there was a shower curtain. So, in the background, that was something that a lot of people, he took his shower curtain and wore it as a cape and flew in on a parachute and kicked in the window like a ninja. That's how he did.
Can you see the shower curtain? I can't see it.
In the selfie, you can see the shower curtain in the right-hand corner. And in the very left-hand corner of the video that you have up right now, that's Twizzle Stick in the very, very far left corner in the back, in the blue shirt.
Oh, big shout out to Twizzle, though. That's what's up. Okay.
He's kicking that 5'8" beard.
No, he right there. History in the making. Big shout out to Twizzle Stick, though. History in the making right there, though.
And then,
my question early was, I don't know. I think we got distracted. It was like, how you feel about officers asking you for the phone number? I don't see
like
that.
I said, it's a tactic that they've been using ever since cell phones came along, because you don't have to give them your cell phone number. and
But do
they
you think
asked
it was
for
like a
it.
nefarious? Do you think it was like a nefarious purpose? Like, do you think that it was like a premeditated thought that if I ever, let's say, I stop this guy ever again, I will make sure I get his cell phone number for exploratory. You feel me?
It is, yeah, it's everything that the law enforcement does is nefarious. They are allowed to lie to you. They are allowed to trick you into talking and saying stuff against yourself, and they are allowed to do things like this with no consequences. They're encouraged. I guarantee you there's a memo out there encouraging law enforcement officers to gather the cell phone numbers of people that they pull over. And the only reason that I can assess, what do they need? Because the DMV is not going to send you a text. I'm going to promise you that right now. And neither is the police department. They are gathering this information so that they can look up who you are and use they have all these $1 million machines, Jrod. The cell phone, the Stingrays. The Stingray is ancient technology now. They have stuff, and they have these vans, and they have vans with X-ray cameras in them. And they've even announced it, and most people don't know. They don't know that they use these things, but they've announced it on the news. And they come on Channel 8. Yes, tonight the FBI or the local police will be using X-ray camera. These are $1 million portable X-ray camera machines like you have at the airport, where they can see right through your clothes. They can see through your car. And so they can see if you have money or rugs, okay, in that car. And or if you have explosives also as well. And that's the guise that they use to violate us in every single way in life nowadays. In this modern high-tech society of surveillance. They call it a surveillance state. And so the more information, there is no reason. That's what I think about him asking for the cell phone number. There is no reason for him to ask for his cell phone number. It's a loophole though. It's not necessarily against his constitutional rights by asking for it. So if you give it to them, then you're an idiot.
It's more like a big brother technique for civilians. A big brother
Right.
to
They
try to
have
get some extra
they,
information without even needing a warrant type of.
let me tell you an example here. I live in Pinellas County.
By the
One
way, big
count.
shout out to Rock Chalk. Big shout out to Rock Chalk. Sorry, Kane. I'm sorry. Big shout
Rock
out to
Chalk,
Rock
what's up,
Chalk.
Rock Chalk? I hope you're feeling well at Rock Chalk. I know you've been going through
Yes.
it. The here I live in Pinellas County in Tampa Bay. Okay, just north of us, one county is this. It's a very beautiful county, but it's full of. I have no other word but dirtbags. I mean, it's just like everywhere you go, it's a nice place, nice store. You walk in and you just see the Ohio family there. You know what I'm saying? It's like, where am I, in Cleveland? Anyway, in this town, they have a lot of problems with the uppers. You know what I'm saying? And so they had a new sheriff, and they have these sheriffs down here. You've seen Grady Judd and all these guys. They try to emulate him and take down these big crimes. And so one of the sheriffs here in Pasco County, the one just north of me, they implemented this pre-crime thing. Do you remember Minority Report with Tom Cruise with the precogs? Are you familiar with that movie?
No.
Okay, so pre-crime is in this particular case is an algorithm, a software that uses statistical and historical data to predict who is going to commit the next crime and where. And so what they ended up doing is using it, without the public's knowledge. Once again, they always do it without the public's knowledge, but they slip it like on page 8 of the paper. And so they have this pre-crime thing. And so what they ended up doing is they would send officers out to harass these people that weren't doing anything wrong because their name popped up on this algorithm. I mean, and they recently installed over in Polk County, where Sheriff Grady Judd is, facial recognition software on the street. They have license plate readers in high crime areas that are just run off of solar power, and they're putting them everywhere. So if you go into a high crime area or a slanging area, they get your license plate and they look into you. I mean, they're not putting these things up just to gather data. They're using the data. And that's one thing that's very alarming about this case is I'm sure you're familiar with Grady Judd. He gets up there, "Hey, everybody out today, we arrested 50 traffickers on doing this and that, and patting himself on the back and stroking himself all over the podium. He puts up the mug shots. He puts up the closed circuit television video footage of it all. He puts up the history of their children. Everything is at the press conference after the arrest. They love to just pat themselves hard on the back, all in front of the cameras. They do this big dog and pony show, okay? And they show you all the facts and where they were, and this and that, who their wife was. And then with Idaho, you have these people that go up, "You have to trust us," and then they hide everything is under gag order after a week or two in. You know what I mean? And it's the antithesis of what an investigation, quote unquote, it should be.
Yes, I totally agree with that though. And 100% to you though. Big shout out to Rock Shack also. She said, seems like a lot of creators had a little mishap yesterday. Yes, I totally agree with that. Big shout out to Joanne. Big shout out to Heather Fitzgerald, Rock Shot, Janelle Ray, everybody on the chat. Big shout out to Twisted Sticks. Big shout out. Big shout out to everyone in the chat. We are talking to Kane BS Disperge. Very appreciated. We having Kane tonight, having great conversations about this case. So, Kane, we could agree in this particular section of what we're watching right now. The judge told the prosecution that he does have problems with the cops having extracurricular interaction with Kohberger Fares as asking for the phone number and whatnot. I mean, I don't know if you heard that. It's actually in this session of the video. Um, but the judge told prosecution that Fares at this particular motion to clean it up. He put the prosecution in notice to not to please overexpose the details about it or whatever they're gonna bring to the table. But not just that, but also redact the interaction with Kohberger Forest as the cell phone number requests and whatnot, and those details told me that the judge understand that the information the prosecution is trying to use is not adequate as presented, is not adequate as it is. Do you agree?
You're saying it's not adequate. What was that?
In a way the prosecution is presented, it presents the information they're trying to use. I don't know if you heard when the judge told them that they have to clean it up, that they have to
Oh, right. Yeah,
uh
no. Out of one side of his mouth, opening the hearing, he claims that you need to keep it clean. You need to not do ad hominem attacks. And then literally one of the first things he does is do an ad hominem attack and lose his mind at Ann Taylor over Cyree. So yeah, it's that's why I say, dude, they cover for each other. And
right.
that's where a lot of people are scared. Is because Ann Taylor knows how this works. Now, do you know that the reason that you wondered at some point, how come some big Morgan and Morgan or some high powered lawyer trying to get some credibility or fame hasn't stepped in from another state and taken this case. Have you ever asked yourself that question?
Well, if you ask me, it should be it did not just say independent prosecution, but independent state attorney to represent Bryan Kohberger that is not connected to the University of Idaho at all. Anyone connected to the University of Idaho some way somehow, even still being participants in sororities, still participant and members in fraternities, anyone like that that are based out of the University of Idaho is understood that they're gonna have more allegiance and loyalty towards the fraternities and sororities, male and females, in this particular case. Like I believe that Ann Taylor still a sorority lady. You know, I don't think that she have uh got out. If you ask me, it's public record. If people run it, you know what I'm saying. It's like if you ask me, everyone should be totally independent and nothing to do. You know, if you ask me, Moscow PD was never supposed to investigate this case. At that level, I'm thinking. You know what I mean?
They took it over. They decided that they were going to lead this case. But what I'm getting at is that to be able to represent someone in Idaho as a lawyer from out of state, you have to get the approval of the state of Idaho. So what they've done, I can only imagine, is keep out anybody. Because look, in Indiana with Delphi, they brought in powerful lawyers, and that is listen. I've been going at this shit since 1986, 1985, 1983. OJ, before that even. Court TV's been around a long time. CNN been around a long time. All this stuff is old hat. Whenever there's a big case, it's just like when there's some terrible tragedy. There's always a copycat. With this case, with cases of this magnitude, there is always a lawyer that steps up. For some reason, one never materialized in Idaho. And here's another alarming fact about the Idaho 4, is that there was never a reward posted for information leading to. And the other day, they found in California a seal that was decapitated. Sorry, ladies, but
I'm sorry to hear that.
trigger warning. Okay, guess what? I almost called you Rolo. Jrod. Guess what?
Yeah.
They put out a $20,000 reward for a wild animal, a seal, where there's millions of seals, and there's 4 lives that were taken. No reward.
Yeah, they wanted to make it look like okay, yeah, we're requesting the people's help, okay, but we're not willing to pay for it, and it's because we got this, you know what I mean? Like we're requesting for your help, but that don't mean that we're gonna take up on consideration anything that you offer, because we already got this. You feel me? Like we're already predetermined to do what fuck we're gonna do. You know what I'm saying? That's what they
This thing,
made it look
it
like.
was from the word jump, brother. From the word jump.
Hey, I want to
And
say that for I'm sorry, brother. I want to say for the reason that I have the 7 minutes. Big shout out to Tenet Ray that I have the 7 minutes mattered, because in the 7 minute window, that's what Mary missed to add at the report that excludes Bryan Kohberger in this killing. Because within that 7 minute window, Bryan Kohberger vehicle was somewhere else, far away
he,
from the house.
he was in Lewiston, and that they already said that it showed that he was southwest of Pullman. What's southwest of Pullman? Not Moscow.
Bro, that right
Southwest is
there.
the other direction, dude. That's the other direction. That's what people don't understand. South, west. That west is towards the coast. Moscow is towards New York. It's east. So if
Bro,
he's
that
southwest of Pullman, how was he? He was never at the house. And so when you talk about the media, bro, when you talk about all the bullshit with the stalking and all this, and now instead of the stalking, they've come up with now 23 allegations of surveillance. So they realize, and they realize they fucked up, and just like they've changed the timelines over and over and over, they now realize that they can't use the stalking thing, and so guess who picks up on that? Nancy Grace. Oh no, maybe he wasn't stalking, but he was serving. It's the same thing, and they can change when you can change the rules in the middle of any game. Like say you're playing cards, and you can change the rules as something comes up. Then you can never lose. You can never lose.
yeah, no, and it's a situation that at that moment when they lose touch of reality, because that's the only thing that I could think of, losing the touch of reality. Like now they have to force an narrative because that's all they have. Like they know that Bill Thompson already pre-certified and co-signed the the same narrative that they using to lock up Kohberger, that he was around the house 4 months before the killing. So it looks like that he was scouting the area when he made the purchases in Pennsylvania. It shows that he was planning the thing. It seems
Yeah.
that he had a
Well, you know
fantasy
what though? They
of
haven't
going
told
somewhere far
us.
away and kill people. You know what I mean?
What they haven't told us though, Jrod, is that whether or not that knife sheath was pleather or it was leather, whether it had a Marine Corps logo on it or not. So if the one that he ordered from Amazon is pleather and doesn't have a Marine Corps logo, and the one that they found with his alleged transfer DNA on it, then what case do they have, bro? Oh, they're trying to say, oh, he ordered a knife, he ordered a sheath. And what if they found that knife and sheath in his house in Pennsylvania? They didn't
And,
mention it. They didn't
and
mention it.
right, like far as whatever has been brought to the attention that they got out of the house and whatnot, that knife that they found over there obviously is a non-matter to this case because I had not been mentioned not once. You know what I mean? The only people that did mention it was, I think, Banfield. She did mention, if I'm not mistaken. But I also want to add to that. I think we could agree with this car situation, traffic stop, that is really not relevant, if you ask me, because it's like the judge said, that if they bring anything and anything from this that is not cleaned up, it's not going to be accepted by the court, so they won't even present it. Another thing was that I want to highlight the part that the 7 minute window. Okay, the judge said it himself. If it gets all certified and look up by the court, like when the court get when it gets to the point, because this is why Ann Taylor said that she want to ask Maury, like she don't care if she can ask Maury in front of the jury, but then now the judge is allowing for Ann Taylor to have the opportunity to ask Maury about it, because it when she asked him, depending his answer, that's where we will show malicious to intentionally miss that particular detail, and it depends his response as if it was an honest mistake whatsoever. But either or, either or, it will be exculpatory, do not matter anything else. We talking about that's a wrap. It's a dismissed case. Is mistrial is done. Like just that particular. I want people to understand that if it gets to this point, is a wrap. if it gets proven after all that that's a pure fact, it's over, ladies and gentlemen. It doesn't matter whatever they talk about, the purchases, doesn't matter we're talking about this, they talking about that, doesn't matter IGG, it don't matter nothing else to the point of consequences of perjury, and a future indictment could come out of that. That's how serious and the gravity of this. And it is actually particular that some content creators, those guilters, don't want to even talk about that. Don't even want to acknowledge that over here right now on the table is presenting a situation of a misbehavior or lack of training of Maori that their own judge said that if that happened, if that indeed happened, is they could indict. That's
Yeah,
impeachable right there.
they'll just find some way to be like, oh yeah, he just made a
Right.
mathematical
Lack of
mistake.
training. Right. And then just but still, bro, that's not the point.
There's nothing
Forget
you could
about
roll.
forget bro, forget about
You could
the
roll a Indiana Jones rock through the courthouse with all of the evidence and the suspects all glued to the back of it, and they would just keep on with the trial against Kohberger. You could
no,
roll
but
the big
no,
rock right
he-
through the courthouse, and they wouldn't even acknowledge it.
here's the problem, bro. No, that here's the problem. Maury probably get a slap on the wrist or whatnot. That still have consequences in the case. It is an atom bomb, bro. It's a wrap. The judge said it himself. The judge, bro, for Hitler, and then in the tone he said it. That was the one of the only times that I was like, oh, this is over. Because again, Maury might not get the consequences that he deserves and get a slap on the wrist or whatnot. That still affect this case on an atom bomb level. It's
Yeah, dude,
done.
that's the thing. It is an atom bomb. It's a giant atom bomb. But welcome to the state of Idaho, man. Do you think they're? Do you honestly really think that they're going to turn the pew pew against themselves?
They
Do you think they're going to let that happen?
bro,
In a
bro,
million years, they won't. They won't do it.
they force to obey by the law. They are is
When does that
mandatory,
happen? When does
bro.
that come into play? They haven't
Bro,
been. They
is
haven't been.
mandatory.
They haven't been. Uh, uh, Culpable for a
I mean,
damn thing they've done, bro, and they've been proven to lie already. It doesn't
let's put it
matter. They
like
just
this.
ignore it, man. They
Let's
just
put it
and
like
listen,
this. As a
where
person,
you're
bro, hold on, give me 1 second.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
As a person with common sense that I know you are, do you really stand on that comment? They even with something that their own judge said that is a wrap, finito. It's like after the judge said that on record, don't forget he cannot back that up. He cannot undo what he already said on record. You feel me? If
Right, right.
that one particular thing happened, the judge said it himself. This case is over. So now after he said that, because again, I hope you heard that coming out of his mouth.
Yeah, I
Because
did.
if you did, do you still stand? Because then now you're telling me that they willing to break the law in front of the people, and they gonna still continue this case even after the judge said that.
Well, that dude, that's part of his mess up. That's part of his Bill Thompson moment where he let that out. And
Right.
the thing is, bro, they're not in any stretch of the imagination going to turn the gun on themselves, bro. Whatever it is, if
Bro,
it's a
they have to,
mistake
bro.
or if
They
it's a
have to,
lie, they are going to make it look like
bro.
something else, like they have with every other aspect of this case, bro.
They have to. This is a federal indictment, bro. If the district doesn't take care of this, superior
Where
will, bro.
you have a point, yes,
So
this will come
then
about.
now the
That the reason
district,
that The
The
reason that I
district
say,
will give the Superior Court a reason to interfere
yeah, there
because it's
you
a
go.
big
There
enough
nobody's
reason for that. You know what I mean?
nobody's coming to the rescue, bro. What you are right though. It will be very important if that it is true in the appeal. In this case, Hitler's not getting taken down. Nobody's coming to save the day. And it's whatever the fact that if it's a lie or not, they're gonna erase it and make it look like it wasn't important, that it was just some mistake, whatever. When it's going to matter is in the appeal.
Okay,
Then it's
so
going to be
at
an
least we
issue.
have a hot take from Candace Purge that we could visit in the future, which I appreciate you the hot take, even though I totally disagree with that. Because again, that's me giving the system as a patriot, is me giving the system the benefit of the doubt of something of this caliber, that it was acknowledged and recognized by the judge in the court as that big, right? To the level that he said, well, this case is over. And again, you acknowledge that the judge said, if this even go to trial, again, I need you to stick with what you say when you say it, because this is the type of platform that is you go against your own words. I'm gonna let you know to kind of like wake you up, like, bro, hey, are you okay? Like, do you, like, are you sure that's what you want to say on record? Because this is being live and recorded. You feel me?
I dude,
I'm trying
I
to not.
100. I will
I'm trying to not let you
100%.
look.
I'll
You know
give
what I
you a
mean?
money back guarantee on those words, bro. I'll give
Because
you
I'm
a
trying. I'm trying to not allow you to,
listen.
even by
I
your
can
own doing, making you look bad. Like, not even by your own doing. I'm not trying
no,
let
I
you
know.
look bad because you said one thing,
Listen,
and
I
now
can
you kind of
stick.
like what you're saying with this. It's like, well, I totally forget what I just said before I said this. You feel me? It's like you bipolar rating the conversation. Like, well, I already said this. I acknowledge the judge said it's about to be over. I acknowledge that even the judge said even if this go to trial, but you feel me? When you said those things, you acknowledge certain things, but then when you go to the meats and potatoes of what you're saying right now, you're saying that you ignoring everything that you just acknowledged and said out your mouth, and you're going against exactly what you say and your thoughts were about that, to then say that it don't matter what you even said, that you acknowledge the judge said, you still believe that they still gonna go to trial even if something event that big occur, and even if an event that the judge will found enough to not go to trial, because that was the whole conversation about it that you acknowledge. So for you to say,
Right.
like, I believe that they still gonna go to trial with the possible doubt the judge that you acknowledge, it's like, bro, you really want to say it on record? You know what I'm saying? Because he's
Dude,
gonna
I
contradict
listen.
yourself. You know what I mean?
I can tell how good a steak is by sticking my hand up a bull's ass, but I'd rather take the butcher's word for it. And you could take my word for it, bro, that whatever facts that they have that are working against them, they will bury, misconstrue, or lie about more. They will cover lies with lies. They've also said that the prosecution was supposed to have all of the discovery in order to Ann Taylor in September a year ago. And
No, I
they
understand.
act like
I
she's
understand.
throwing a temper tantrum by asking for it. And she was literally getting some of the discovery after the hearing, bro. So do you think that this is that different? That they're going to all of a sudden say, oh, yeah, we fucked up. No, they're bringing in people from above to put a prettier face on this motherfucker. And
No, I
there
totally
is no
understand
way
that.
that they are ever going to turn them guns on themselves. Yes, it may matter but listen, an appeal is very hard to overturn a verdict because you have a verdict from a court. So even with something as big as that, a jury gets lost in these details. And so what they want to do is railroad this thing through to trial, push him through, get him out, confuse the fuck out of the jury that's already tainted and put him in the death penalty, bro.
But
Point blank,
again,
period. That's the plan.
again, for you to have that argument, then we have to ignore that even the judge said that these probably won't even go to trial. Then we have to ignore that statement that you said
He said
earlier.
if it goes to trial. That doesn't
Right.
mean that he's going to shut it down. There's too many. Remember, dude, this is all political, bro. It's all political.
Okay.
He is an elected official, and you know that all elected officials are controlled by somebody else. He's not making the fucking decisions. He's being told what to do. You can even see them throwing signs I thought that Nye was a damn third base coach throwing hand signals over to Hitler, and Hitler's just like putting his hands in his face like, I can't fucking believe I have to say this shit. And he just is a puppet, bro. And Nye and the other DA are the puppet masters, man. And there is nothing that is going to keep them from getting this to trial, other than the hand of God reaching in on this courtroom. And
No,
I'll make
I
another
totally
prediction.
understand.
If you want to
if you could
vet
hold on
me,
a
if you want to,
second,
if you-
I
if you-
sound that you're kind of like a little excited. It sounds like you're a little excited.
oh,
and
of course
you don't
I'm
wanna-
excited about this case. I'm not angry.
No,
I'm just saying.
It sounds like
If
you're a
you-
little
if you-
too excited to not recognize whenever inner loop. You know what I mean? But it's cool though. I just wanna sorry for interrupting you, right? But I'm gonna use you saying argument for it though, because I agree a lot with you, but I disagree in this one little thing, and I wanna actually use your own argument. You know what I'm saying? Of the lies that they
Listen,
have put from the very
I
beginning.
can sit here and hope in one hand and poop
But-
in the other, and see which one fills up first. I have
Hey,
had
listen.
nothing but hope going into this case.
Kane.
And if you want another prediction,
Can you stop
to call me out
interrupting
later, listen.
Kane, you're being
What?
rude right now. You know
I'm sorry.
you're being rude.
Go ahead. I have a thought I wanted to finish. That's all.
I'm saying like I've been very nice to you, right?
Of course.
But you
Yeah, no,
interrupted me.
I love being here.
Listen, but you kind of like not allow me to speak though.
Go ahead, man. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. Go ahead.
No, and I'm trying to utilize your own argument, but you telling me no. I know these are my poop on my hands and these and that. I'm not talking about the poop on your hands. I don't even know what you're talking about. I'm not trying to be rude to you, but at the same time, I'm not gonna allow you to be a certain way in my channel, bro. You feel me? Like I'm not trying to be rude to you because I like you, bro. Pause no Diddy. You feel me? But at the same time, we need to both act accordingly as grown adults. I don't know if you could dig my drift, but I said this to say that I totally agree with you that they've been telling a whole bunch of lies and it's been very, 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 very nasty. I totally agree with you with that. But at the same time, you could lie all you want, but at some point in court is what is called moment of truth. After that one moment of truth in court, anything that it happens outside of that, it must be due process and it must be legit. Especially having, the situation that they have in hand of possible misconduct, officer misconduct, possible, prosecution misconduct. It is a chance that again everything has to be proven before the trial. This is why this is all pre-trial. You feel me? It's called pre-trial for a reason. Because for them to get to trial, everything has to be to the 100% equal. Like that, like the prosecution and the defense team had to 100 agree with what's gonna be presented in trial. If it's any argument that it could debate whatever each side could present, it gets debated and it has to be proven up to facts that whatever motions they put in question is legit. You feel me? I hope you understand that process of pre-trial, right? Because if something, again, I want to make an emphasis and give at least a positive note in this case, because everything is being negative. Everything is being like, oh my God, they're gonna cook them. The state gonna do whatever they want and whatnot. Yet the state could do whatever they want if the state keep conducting themselves in a corrupted way, that even after proof and facts of misbehavior, proof and facts of Kohberger is actually innocent, proof and facts that the prosecution and even the officers lie, all that is being taken upon consideration. Because if the defense team could prove without benefit of the doubt, it could prove that actually what is being said up to this day today, it could be proven to judge that not even judge could be like, man, I can't even back you up on this one, bro. If it's at that level, I have to disagree with you, my brother. I don't think that'll get there. That just in my personal opinion. We could both disagree on that. Because again, I still want to give the benefit of the doubt to the system. I still want to believe that we still have a legal system that even if it's some wrongdoing at some point, I still want to believe that it could fix itself. You see, that if we keep thinking this negative, bro, it's gonna be contagious to the people. Us as content creators, right? Like, yeah, a lot of people make me sound like, yeah, you negative, Jay, right? You negative and a lot. And it's like, nah, I'm not negative. I'm real. Because it's like, in my disagreement with you, it's just that again, I want to keep believing that if something like that happened, that even the judge recognized that it's over, I want to believe that the court, the prosecution will act accordingly. You feel me? Like I could feel how I feel far as how dirty it looks and what it could might be. But I want to disagree on that though. I want to give at least a hope to fairness, a hope to justice, a hope to see that light at the end of the tunnel. Cause why I want to see that though? Because I really want justice for the victims. If 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 this doesn't get resolved and they keep playing with Bryan Kohberger in court for a long time, again, like you say, it don't matter what happened, they're gonna cook him, then go to appeal, and probably, if he's lucky enough, he don't get shot. I'll totally understand that mentality, but at the same time, it's like, damn. But if everything comes and is legit, that this should be dismissed, why shouldn't they? Because if they dismiss it because the case don't the state don't have a case, that just gonna move forward a possible investigation, because it's still not that late to actually prosecute the real killers. Because this is the whole point of my me coming here to true crime, and is give the most positive outcome. Even if that positive outcome for some people, it doesn't seem even reachable. That's why I wanted to agree with you far as how bad it looks, bro. Which I tell you, I agree with you 100%. But at the same time, as content creator, we should give a little light on what's truth and truth. At this point, it seems that if the defense team could prove the misbehaviors of the state and police, is over. Again, I hope there is still justice in the United States somehow. You know what I mean? Because the day that we see is no justice, then we don't have nothing, bro. You know what I mean? What you think about that?
All right. So it's like my star on my show says, Criminal Confidential. You can hope that justice is fair in the United States, but that ship has long sailed, brother. And so, what we have here, the main takeaway from this thing that I think everybody should be aware of, right from the get, is that Hitler is doing the job of the prosecution. He is made himself a part of the prosecution. And when you ask me, am I going to stand by my statements a year from now or 6 months from now? Yes, I'm going to stand by them. And if I'm wrong, I'll be the first one to admit I'm wrong. But I'm telling you right now, the one thing that these hearings are for is for what evidence and what experts are going to be admissible at trial. It is not anything that's going to come up in these hearings that is going to stop the trial from happening. The trial is happening. It's going to trial. And so when they say, oh, this exculpatory evidence, it's going to be brought up at the trial. And so you see, that's why I say Anne was 0 for 8 yesterday. She didn't get one of her motions approved. And the only ones that he even leaned towards, he said, like, you remember when you were a kid and you asked to go to a party and your parent on Monday and they said maybe, and then Friday came and said, oh no, we have to go see family. You know, maybe is a no. And he's like, I'll consider, I'll take that into advisement. I'll consider this. He is part of the prosecution, bro. He's not a fair and impartial judge. And maybe in some wild state left in the Union, there is a place where, but this is a fist fight in the nuclear war of the corruption and the fucked upness of this justice system that we have. And this is just a fist fight in a huge war. And you can see they are so used to just being able to go along and get along that they are doing it blatantly out in the open and just angered out of their minds when anyone questions it, especially if they have valid information. Every single one of the bullet points that Anne presented yesterday should have gotten her motions approved. They were all rock solid. He was playing devil's advocate on top of the prepared statement and acting like he couldn't wrap his head around any argument that she made. But when the prosecution comes, covering their tracks from all the lies and all the missed deadlines and dates that they've had, he couldn't even bat an eyelash. But he's up Anne's throat 80 times in one hearing. I mean, that's just my takeaway from it all. And yeah, I will definitely stand, and I have a feeling, bro, if you want another prediction, is that Kohberger's not going to make it to the trial.
No, you know what? You know who said that though? Speak Van Holden. He said that, bro. He said it like, yo, if anything they can prove, listen, if they cannot prove this case against him, bro, they're gonna cook him. They gonna cook him for real. And I was like, yo, like it hit different because it makes sense though, because he's that deep though.
But yeah, at the same time, he's like, you bring in this so-called expert and trying to accuse these Idahoans of committing corruption. That's a he was admonishing her for presenting the facts that he didn't want to hear because he's not impartial. He is insulted that you're insulting the state. He is not the state. He is an elected official by the people that is supposed to be completely impartial. Yet he plays devil's advocate at every turn with them. There's not a chance of getting anything past him. He's the goalie, bro. And so this thing will go to trial 100%. No, there's not a
Bro,
damn thing that's going to stop it.
If this gonna trial, bro, this is gonna be a circus, bro.
It's going to be a nightmare because, like you said before, you're going to have a very partial jury one way, and there will be a very good chance that they're able to slip in people that already want Kohberger down. And that's what Steve G is doing. He's doing exactly what he criticized the have you read, seen, or heard people about, and by trying to taint the jury pool. He has stated himself that when it comes to the death penalty, he is the news. He doesn't watch the news. He is the news. And so he always finishes his statements. Remember, he wasn't one of us. He wasn't an Idahoan. That doesn't make him anything. Instead, that it tries to bring together the Idaho. Oh yeah, he wasn't. So if he say he was a 20th generation Idahoan and he did this atrocity, does that make it okay? You know what I mean? Where is that coming from? And so he's literally tainting the jury pool by being. That's why he gets on all those new news programs. with every single thing that happens. He's got to get out there and make sure that people know that he was a terrible. They haven't shown me one thing of this guy being a terrible person. There was another thing, though, that they brought up, that Ann Taylor brought up, about the interviews of his former classmates at DeSales University and his instructors. And she says that you have to be careful. This is where the ASD comes in. You have to be careful to judge the jury is going to be informed, because there are misrepresentations of his character because he stares too long, or he has a weird look in his eye because he's got but they ignore the fact that he has ASD and he's almost finished with his PhD. So they turn it around, you know what I mean? And so she's trying to make sure that the jury is able to be informed that is why. And so apparently there was hundreds of interviews from DeSales University, and some of them make him look bad. Ann Taylor said that. Do you remember?
Yeah, no, and I totally agree with that though. Because you see, man, it's just me, man, having the belief. He's a naive. I'm not naive, but it's like, bro. I remember when I was right there, and I was facing, like, certain situation in court. They tried to blame me for 2 years and a half, bro. And I always knew I was innocent, bro. It was like, bro, it's no way at all whatsoever that the state had anything on me, though, because it's no way. You feel me? Like, when you know for a fact that you innocent and you have all the facts to back that up, though. Um, it was very key and important when you said that they still, what you might call it, looking into what evidence and narratives could be accepted for trial, right? Correct me if I'm wrong. You said that.
That's right.
Yes. So that was what I was talking about earlier, though, that I think we could both agree on, that we still in the process of, it's an exploratory process of, like, what's acceptable for trial and whatnot. And then we're talking about those narrative that they bring into the table. It has to be backed up by truth to be used in trial. Like, the evidence, again, discovery, very important, and whatnot. Very important, overall. This discovery, they have to have full discovery. Whatever is not coming is not going to be used and whatnot. But we could agree to disagree. But at the same time, through that filtering, right, to that particular process, they're going to exclude anything that is narrative but is not backed up by truth, and it cannot be used against Bryan Kohberger. You feel me? So if at some point what we was talking about, that we was like agreeing and disagreeing, like how bad it looks, but at the same time we have the discrepancy of it, like, would it go to trial? Would not? You feel me? Just because the possibilities of it, um, we still have to see that process finished and done, to for us to know what is going to be used, because they have proof of it. What cannot be used, because at the end of the day, it's all narrative, but they can't prove it. You know what I mean? um I don't know what's going to be the outcome at the end of the day, because if you realize, between all that evidence that they say they have and the motions that we've seen, what you think of the main things that have Kohberger in this pickle? Like, what you think that he might stay and might not go, like, far as you know.
You don't have to necessarily agree with anything. I mean, that's why I love having Jeff H or Viv in the chat on my show, and they want to present a ridiculous opinion, or in my opinion, but whatever. It gives you the opportunity to really develop your opinion, and so that's good with but. Um, I'm not going to sit here and try to convince you, but if you look at it overall, we haven't seen the truth pop its head up once. And so to think that that's going to all of a sudden happen just because of a 7-minute mistake, at this point, it is, in my opinion, a very extremely hopeful opinion. I want it to be completely fair. And if it's Kohberger that did it, show me the evidence, and then put him, do whatever you're gonna do. But at this point, they have demonstrated who they are. We know who they are. They are the evil, corrupt system that is broken. They're a perfect example of it. And they are going to stand by their man no matter what. Even though they're all along, there has been, and I liked what you said in the beginning of the show when you were saying this case could have been solved in 1 month. And instead, they had a different path. They knew, bro. They knew from the beginning what was going on here, what happened here, from the minute they walked into that house. Okay? And for some reason, they want to sell this whole fantasy to us, and they are determined to push it through. And 7 minutes here or 7 minutes there, in my opinion, it's not going to make any difference. That's I'm not trying to change your mind or anything, and we can reconvene in 6 months and look back at this video, and we can say how wrong I was or how right I was. It doesn't matter. That's just where I'm coming from, and furthermore, I with judging from how much weight Kohberger's losing, how awful he's looking, I stand by my prediction that he's not going to make it to trial one way or the other, even more. You know what I mean?
I totally understand, bro. But you said all that. You said all that, but you didn't base all that with the question that I asked you. Like you spoke a whole bunch of everything, but answering the question that I asked you though. So you kind of like ignore what I was asking you, for you to go back to what I thought we already spoke. Like you feel me? Like the question was, which evidence you think that it will stick to Goldberger to be used in trial?
The DNA.
Okay.
Obviously,
Okay.
that's all they
And,
have. That's all they have left, dude. Twice on Sunday, right? There's the
okay.
DNA. That's all they have, dude. This
Right.
car thing is obviously going to fall apart. The timing data is going to show that he's not there, but they're trying to keep it out of court. One thing after the other. When they put these motions up, I was like, I couldn't believe it. And then they're talking about keeping the family out of the court. I mean, just what is going on over there, bro? It's like this. You couldn't write this if it was a bad movie. If this was a movie, it would have, like the Firm with Tom Cruise, a lawyer movie. This, people would walk out halfway through because they wouldn't. It would seem so ridiculous. They wouldn't believe it.
But
But it's
that
real.
no, I thank you. I thank you for answering the question though, because the IgG is very so important in this case though. And but here's the thing though. Here's the little trick about that though. Again, and I agree with you on that, because that's like the main thing they have on him though. But then if by any chance again it comes out, because they already spoke about it, but they still have to look through it. The judge has to look through it to finalize and be like, oh shit, yeah, this is truth or whatnot. Um, don't you think if by any chance all that cast cell phone data pop up to be faulty, either or, if it was purposely or
No,
not purposely
not
done?
to a
If
jury, bro.
no,
Not
hold
to a
on,
jury.
can I finish my thought, bro?
Go
I'm
ahead, man.
I'm 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 talking about the same filtering of pretrial to accept or not accept evidence. You feel me? Because again, in the same process, it has to be proven that that one particular detail is legit to be considered in trial. You feel me? Because again, let's go. Okay, we're going to trial. So then that one particular evidence, the cast the CAS data from the cell phone data, it has to be proved as legit by the court. That has not happened yet. That's where we at right now. That if the defense team and their pros could prove that that indeed happened, that's gone. The problem that will happen with that if that's gone, then now the FBI has to prove the IgG. So how the heck we have IgG work, we have DNA of Bryan Kohberger at the crime scene when the guy wasn't even there? Don't you think that that will be an issue?
Everything is going to be an issue, of course. But the thing that they've done, shit, I forgot what I was going to say. Oh shit, I had a whole thing.
I repeat the question for you.
Yeah,
The question was, if it gets, because again we in the pre-stage or pre-trial, all the evidence has to be accepted, all evidence has to be legit, and
yeah,
no
okay, yeah, I
no
remember
you
now.
know what
I
I mean?
remember.
So
I remembered.
if
Yeah,
they prove the CAS cell phone data, it was faulty and it cannot be used in trial because there's one particular reason which it exonerates Bryan Kohberger. Let's say if that was the story and the final conclusion. Now if we confirm that Bryan Kohberger was not even in Moscow,
right.
how we have DNA to prove anything? Do you see that issue?
I do, and what they do, and so, like I said, these motions in limine hearings are to determine what's going to get evidence in trial. Evidence in trial, not what's going to stop it from going to trial. And so when they get to trial, what they will have is we know that Cyre is the golden boy, the golden ticket of the cell phone data. He's written the software, like Twiz was just saying, about the for the law enforcement to, and he's done all the training across the country for thousands of departments to be able to use this tracking software. And what they've done already, and we can clearly see, is they've cherry picked, and Ann said it herself, they've cherry picked the data that looks like he did it and then eliminated the stuff that's exculpatory. Okay, and so when you get to trial now, you're going to have a jury who is just a group of farmers or whatever that go in there and they listen to the experts on the defense, and then they listen to the experts on the prosecution, and they're all DNA experts or they're all cell phone data experts. You have the the FBI guy's gonna be in there, the what's his name, Baddock or whatever, for the prosecution, and so it's going to come down to who does the jury believe. It's not going to be, oh, I know that Cyre is full of facts. He's got the actual information. It's going to be who is able to, and that's what they'll do, is they'll use the data to confuse them because they don't care whether he's guilty or not. They want somebody to fry for this and they want to get it over with and move on to the next docket. That's why when you go in there, they treat you like a number, like a piece of crap, and then they want to push you to the side, get you to plea out, or get you to admit guilt, and move on to the next case. That's it.
Okay.
That's the way they work. That's how it works.
Okay, but my question to you is like, do you understand the process that they have going on in court right now?
Yes, I do.
They still admitting or denying evidence.
The
So
Frank's
the
hearing
evidence,
was
I,
where
wa-
that
I,
was.
wa- I, wa- they didn't have no Frank hearing though.
Right,
It was
right. That's
denied.
where
But
that didn't happen.
my point here is that right now, as we speak, I think you did agree with it. That right now they filtering the evidence that is gonna be admitted in court, right?
Right.
You agree with
Yeah.
that?
Exactly. That's what I'm saying.
So the process to get to that, The only evidence that is admitted to court is the evidence that the prosecution they what they say they could prove, and if it's any discrepancy that the defense say, like, Your Honor, this evidence they say they have is not truth, because was truth due to the data, due to the experts. You feel me? So if, by example, that CAS cell phone data information is proven to be faulty, is no way it's gonna be used in court. You know that? Like again, they still in the process right now to debate evidence. You feel me? At this day today, it's a questionable situation with this CAS cell phone data that it still needs to be handled to see if this evidence could be used in court. The process to that is to the prosecution has to prove that that's all truth.
Right. Then
And, and, and
there's good.
if it gets proven through that same process that it was just not no it was not just a lie, it could be again misconstrued as it was purposely done, or lack of training or whatnot. Yeah, they could put it however they want, but at the end of the day, the result of this particular evidence, it cannot be used in court and trial for this one big hiccup. If this one particular evidence gets excluded and not accepted in court, especially for that to happen, then all the other consequences has to happen. For that to even happen, all the consequences that come to that has to happen, which is case dismissal on everything. So even if they don't dismiss the case from that, but dismiss the evidence, then how can you tell me how can they prove? How can they even use the IGG when it's for a fact, if it's proven that this evidence cannot be used due to this big major hiccup, they just dismissed the case? Because this is the stage that we are on right now. I totally understand that Raksha says he's gonna go to trial. I totally understand that you say you're gonna go to trial. I totally understand that, but in the same breath, they still are proven evidence that's going to be used on trial. If this evidence doesn't get approved, because the reasoning behind it is because Bryan Kohberger is proven without benefit of the doubt that Bryan Kohberger was not even in Moscow, the IGG gets voided right away, and then all the other consequences going to come out of that. Because then how
Right.
can we have DNA from Bryan Kohberger when he's proven in this one evidence that cannot be used on trial because it's already faulty? And again, it's going to be sponged out in this filtering to get to trial. It has to, because there's no way if Ann Taylor could prove that that's a fact, that Bryan Kohberger wasn't even in Moscow, then now the government, the state, has to prove. How in the heck we got to an IGG and DNA in this house? This is the only reason that I said that it might not go to trial. And again, it's a very based on reality. Like if this evidence doesn't get approved because the issue that it was spoke about in court, the issue is that it's gonna get dismissed. Because then again now, okay, Bryan Kohberger wasn't there, so why all the other consequences as far as the IGG situation gonna come occur? But that's the only thing that I'm basing myself, that if that one particular evidence gets proven to be faulty, bro, how they gonna move forward? Because it's impossible. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know if you feel how I feel far as that one particular detail. And that's if it happened. If they move forward with that and everything comes out that, oh shit, that was real. I just, due to that one particular detail, it's so hard for me to say that, bro. Like, I see it go to trial, but then now with this information, now it's like, how that's gonna even happen, bro? Because again, then now they literally breaking the laws and making new laws for them to go to trial, and that one particular detail being that it's big. You know what I mean? Again, I could be wrong, and they move forward and not caring about this major hiccup. Oh, that's nothing. You know what I'm saying? Like we could explain everything else. You know what I'm saying?
Listen, Jrod. The party's over, man. The party's over. We had our Frank's hearing. We had the motions in limine hearing.
When we had a
Did
Frank hearing, the judge denied it.
right. There was the Frank's motion. It was denied.
Right.
We had our motions in limine hearing. He denied everything. That's it, dude. Did we get an acquittal? Did we get a dismissal? No. It's
Did the
moved
judge
on. They
did the
moved
judge
on. He
already?
said he's gonna take it under consideration, dude.
No,
Under
but I'm
and
asking you. I'm asking you, but he haven't taken the decision yet, right?
if he hasn't made the decision publicly, he's made it privately, and I can tell you, it's
No, I'm
gonna be
saying
keep moving, keep going.
whenever he make it, that's just gonna give me more content, bro. Like I won't be mad at if the judge just ignore all whatever detail and move forward. Cause listen, I don't mind talking about the Idaho for Bryan Kohberger case, man. Even it's a tough case, and it's like a roller coaster. I don't know if you could agree with me on that. It's a roller coaster. It's taking everyone in such a ride, right? And I tell you what, man, I think this is gonna be something that is gonna have us here probably for the next year, 2 years. I think. I don't know. What you think? It's a long ride, right?
I think that the worst case scenario really is if they can't make a case and this thing becomes a cold case, because once Kohberger's out, they don't have any alternate. They're not presenting or pursuing any alternate suspects. What they're trying to tell Anne is that the discovery that she doesn't have is irrelevant. And they're like, oh no, you don't even need to look at it. Just take our word for it. It's irrelevant, and we know we didn't give it to you. Don't worry about it. Trust us. And that is their MO, bro. And it's not just LE. It's not just the prosecution. It's not just the district attorney. It's the judge. The judge, it doesn't matter where you move it to in Idaho. It's going to be the same result. You have a judge they're used to working together as a prosecution, judge, and defense attorney. That's why he's so comfortable playing devil's advocate, because what they do is they get a suspect in, they offer them a plea deal, the defense accepts it, they put the suspect away for whatever they're going to do, and they move on to the next case. You have to understand there's like I think over 50 or more judges in Ada County. That is a heavy caseload. They have a lot of stuff to go through. And so when they come even to a big multimedia huge event like this, they treat it just like another day at the office. And they're going to throw this guy to the wolves, dude. And there's not, like I keep saying, they are not going to turn the gun upon themselves. And that's what that would do. And that the day for that has come and gone. The day for them to dismiss this trial has come and gone. This is going to trial, and they're going to use all their misinformation and try to deceive a jury. That's all.
Bro, this is why I think what Vinny Politan call it the biggest case in the docket. This is why they call it the biggest case, because I tell you, it's gonna be a roller coaster, bro, and we're gonna be here talking about it. And hopefully, I tell you what, bro. Hopefully, we could keep having more of these discussions, because I love talking to you, though. You have the energy, you got the passion, you got the moxie, and I really do appreciate every time you pop up, bro. It's a good time, and again, it's like Speakman holding, bro. I get those moments that I gotta say, like, bro, but you know what I'm saying? But let me talk, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like, I know we
Well,
all
yeah,
want
no,
to
I mean, the
say,
thing
you know
is,
what I'm
you ask
saying?
when you ask me a question, I try to answer it, and then that I wasn't
No,
trying to
but
talk
then,
over you. I was just trying to answer your
no,
question. That's
if
all.
you know what's crazy, whenever I think that you was done answering the question, and then I start, you like, no, but, and I was like, oh, fuck. Somebody's
I
fucking
did
up.
my.
Somebody's
That's why
fucking
my
up.
shows are 7-8 hours long, because I don't stop, bro. I when it comes to this case, I got motor mouth, and that's for sure. So I
And you know what
understand.
though? I appreciate your energy because I tell you though, even though, and I'm gonna tell you, I'm gonna give you an exclusive, bro. I'm gonna give you an exclusive. The only reason why I don't pop up on your chat room to say hi, not even to say hi to you, it's because I don't want to disturb the peace, bro. I don't. Listen. I think that Amy Conway know what I'm talking about because she goes to your channel and she hang out with you and everything. Listen. She got mad love for you and mad love for your community. And it's like we share community though. You know what I'm saying? So it's like it just me as a person, right? When I know that you see, I'm very good reading the room. You feel me? So when I see that in the room, uh, I don't fit. I just stay back, bro. Cause big shout out to your community. I love everyone in there. It's just that again, you see, they having a lot of great conversation, and I'm like, bro, if I just say hi, I'm gonna interrupt the great flow that they already got going on. You know what I'm saying? So I just 9 times out of 10, I watch, I read the comments, and I have a good time. But I gotta let you know I watch your show. You know what
Right
I'm
on, man.
saying?
I
I
appreciate.
click
I wish
like,
you would. I wish you would jump in the chat. I don't know. There are people that Amy knows what I'm talking about that have caused wild disturbances lately. And if you want to start talking about community, man, we're gonna be here another hour, bro. Because
listen, man,
I got a whole list of shit, bro.
bro, if you got time, I got time. Send it. Go ahead. I'm here
Well,
for it.
are you familiar with Bootsy?
No, no.
She's a creator that has been on like Swamp Rose and AR, and another creator turned her in for, let me look at the email. Anyway, for some type of YouTube violation that she didn't even do, and they even reevaluated it and denied. They took down her channel.
Oh my God.
Right. This is community, right? Other creators, and you're messing with somebody's livelihood, dude, which is just straight wrong. And she's not the only one that has been victim to this. Swamp Rose has had attacks on her, and furthermore, and so forth. And so what it's coming down to is like what they did with Trump. They shot Trump, right? And they tried to shoot Trump. When they run out of a ability to hide their lies and deceive the people, then they attack the man. Do you see the correlation?
Yeah.
It's the same in this trial, the same modus operandi. The way they approach things is when they get desperate, they start shooting instead
Yeah.
of working it out to the truth.
Talking
Okay.
about that, bro. Talking about that. Can you take Daniel's picture down? I don't want him to send me a cease and desist because he don't want his picture being on my show because he know that we don't get we don't get along. So I don't want him to like,
I
you know
got
what I
you,
mean?
bro. I got you.
Is that your kid, family member of yours or something that I will not get sued
That's
for? I will
that's
not get sued
Jen.
for it.
That's Jen at Criminal
Yeah,
Confidential. So
listen,
I'll
I will
change
I
it.
will appreciate I will appreciate if any image that you show in my channel is not suable or is
Fair enough.
not able to be taken down by someone that don't like me and
No,
be
that's
like,
my star.
why they
Don't
have my
worry.
child? You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah.
Don't
I just
worry.
it's in case listen, I already lost a channel, bro. So I could relate with what we're
Oh,
talking
really?
about
You've
right
been
now.
through that before?
Bro, I had a 2,300 channel, my first channel, right?
Wow.
And it got taken down for false reporting
False
from this
reporting.
one.
That was the one that they took Bootsy down for. Wow.
No,
Wow.
they false reported me,
Right.
and the report went through and whatnot, and somehow it went through, and 3 strikes you out. So the
Right.
person send a different type of different type of reports of copyright infringement and stuff. That actually I fought them, and I won all of them, but the last one that she did, 'cause the last one she running through one after the other. So by the time I realized I had 2 strikes, and by the time I realized again I
Ugh.
had the third strike, and it
It's
took like few minutes and the channel was gone already.
yeah. That's
So
disgusting, man.
you see
That's
that happened,
disgusting.
that happened to me, and I
Yeah.
also I had to do that one time to a content creator that stole my content, and I told the person like, listen, while we were working together, it's cool what we did, but then now you need to take all that shit down. I give the person heads up, like, dude, now
Wow.
that we're not working together, we don't have to promote each other or whatnot. And that content that I give you to put on your channel, you have to take it down because that's my shit. You know what I
That's
mean?
nuts, dude.
You did things behind my back, she did things
Yeah.
behind my
No,
back and shit. And I was like,
I'm
yo, you don't have the right to have my shit on your channel. I'm gonna give you a couple of hours for you to take it down. And I know she was listening to it, 'cause her sister, her daughter, if her sister and her daughter was on my chat, trying to be on my chat, because they got blocked right away. And I knew that the lady was watching. So I told him, like, now that I know that y'all here, and if she's not here, y'all will tell her she got few hours to take all my videos down, or I'ma shut shit down. She didn't do it. She thought it was a joke. So the next day I sent that shit. Her channel is gone right now. But that's her problem. I told her, like, dude, it's not one video too. You have full live streams on my shit. And then you
what?
bitch about what I have. You bitching about what I have. Like you striking my shit and the other channel that we put together. You're striking your shit over there, and I give you a heads up for it. You didn't give me no heads up. You strike the shit. So
Mm-hmm.
then, okay, you want to do the striking fight? All right, let's do it. You got how many videos of mine? 20 plus videos of mine. That's 20 plus strikes. You're fucked.
Boom, boom, boom.
Yeah,
Yeah.
like you cannot be abusive as a content creator. You cannot go and stab people's back. You cannot break a verbal deal that we have all behind my back, like I fucking did something wrong. I have live streams after live stream that prove that she was sneaky as fuck. Because if it's a problem between me and you, dude, you need to tell me. You cannot just act like everything is cool as a community and then go behind my back and talk shit. Like
That's
I wouldn't.
nuts.
Bro, listen, I would not sit here and talk shit about you if me and you are cool. I'm not gonna do that. Not in private, not in public. Like I'm cool with you. I feel that we click. So I'm not gonna go out there and talk shit about you behind your back and shit. You know what I mean? So when you do that and then you take decisions that affects the partnership, and you close the partnership without even a heads up, without even nothing back going on. You just shut everything down, and it's like, yo, you crazy. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like
It's wild out there. It
all this
really
work.
is, man.
It's like all that hard work that I did editing your videos and putting your channel together, got your channel and algorithm and shit. And it's like after you see your channel taking off and shit, now what? You did all the work? No, dude. The things that I did on the algorithm and your behalf, it was what it got you where you was. You know what I'm saying? So
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah.
tell me what was that? I like when we talk about community, because it's
Well,
one
I'll
of the
tell
things.
you another thing. I'll tell you another thing that happened. I was talking about it last night. And back in the day, when I didn't even have a channel, I was talking in somebody's chat, and So you know how I kind of fuck around, and somebody took it the wrong way, and they asked me what the name of my channel was going to be when I got it, and I said, "Oh, it's going to be This Just In." And I'd never used that channel to chat or make a video or anything. But YouTube sent me a notification that they took the channel down within 5 minutes of that chat, and due to repeated violations, I had never even used the channel, and they took it down due to repeated violations. And to be honest with you, I think Rock Chalk, it happened in your chat, and I won't say who, but it was back in the day. Thank you for your kind words, though. I appreciate that. I'm a polarizing person, Jrod, as you know.
It's in a good
And
way though. I like you
well,
polarizing. I like that. I
thank
like
you,
that.
thank you.
I like that. Yeah.
People my whole life have either loved me or hated me, but I've been able to win over the haters one by one. Because I don't know if I have resting bitch face or what it is, but some people are instantly repelled by me. But I think in my life and on this platform, I have been. That's what I always say is I won over my subscribers one by one because I'm myself. And like I said when I first came on here, you're one of the few real people that just is themselves. They present their opinion. They talk about the facts and they stick to it, and we both do it in an entertaining way. You have the charisma, the good looks, the nice accent,
Hey, you got it too, bro. You got
it's
it too.
fun
What
to
you
tune
talking
in.
about? You gotta say that about yourself too, bro. You know what I'm
Well,
saying? Pause my beauty.
I'm very pretty, so I just say that I'm the face of the purge. I have Heather Fitzgerald, and I have Miss Potts, and I have a Willie, and I have all these other people, Operation GCD podcast that all help make the show what it is. And so I've been very blessed that way. Heather and she used to watch the show for hours when it was just me and her, and I would literally like fill in the time by dancing to Grease songs, from the movie Grease, and all this stuff. Unfortunately, they're not up anymore because I got a copyright thing for them, but they were hilarious, and it was just one by one I grew the channel. Whereas a lot of people are sponsored on this platform, and they get these thousands of dollars a month, but they have to say what they're told to say, and
Right.
that's why you have these people. They don't make any sense. No matter what the fact you present to them, they have some ridiculous answer. And that's that you can buy subscribers. You can go out and pay $5 for 500, whatever the price going rate is. But who's going to tune into your channel? When I do a live, I have like 800 people that are more or less there from beginning to end. And if I had 50,000 subscribers, what difference would it make if nobody's showing up to hear what I have to say? Right? And it's the same,
Hey,
it doesn't matter that.
I have had those live stream, bro. You see, the only good thing, and not a good thing, but it's a good and bad thing at the same time. It's like where you don't see many people on the chat or no people in the chat. You get to get your thoughts out without interruptions. You get to actually probably articulate yourself a little better without the interruption of answering the chat. Because I know I have a lot of live streams that I have played back, and it was like empty almost to no people. It's like I always have Amy Conway here and stuff like that. Like the girls had never like leave me lonely. Like it's always like the least is like 4 or 5 people on the chat when it's like a slow day, and that allows me because they keep the conversation in the chat, and they know that when it's like that, I'm trying to get the workout. You know what I'm saying? Um,
Yeah.
but at the same time, though, I gotta give you props because you have a good community. Though I don't want no one to mistake me when I said that as like I don't pop out on your chat because it's like I gotta tell you the truth, bro. It just like on every chat, it's like you're not everyone's cup of tea. So when I know someone in your chat don't like me, and I know we have had discrepancies in the past,
Oh
bro,
yeah.
I
Well,
just don't
yeah.
pop up, bro. I don't pop up because again, I will disturb the peace,
I see.
and
I see.
that'll be a detriment to the good flow that you already had going on. And me as a
Sure.
content creator, I would not do that to you because I recognize that that will happen.
Oh,
Then the
I appreciate
conversation,
that.
yeah,
I
instead of the
appreciate it.
conversation be about Kane and what y'all talking about, then the conversation is gonna be about J-Race in the chat and da 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 and
That
this
makes
and this and
sense.
that.
That makes sense. We're cut from the same cloth in that way where, in the beginning I was, one or two people, and even if I do a lot, and there's plenty of times where I'll do one of my bike ride lives on my phone, and there's, 20, 10, 20 people watching, whatever, 5 people watching. I have no problem with that. Because when you're talking about the people that are in your chat right now, you're talking about informed people. Amy Conway, Rock Chalk, a creator who's amazing. Um, and have a Heather Fitzgerald, a Twiz, Tanel Ray. You're talking about people that wake up to find out what the latest news was, and more or less stick with it if not at various times of the day. Even Joanne, I want to leave you out. That they have been doing that for well over a year or 2 years now, and they want to know every little bit of information at any time, and those are the best supporters to have. And
Yes, yes, I
you're
totally
you're
agree with
very
you.
you're very blessed that way that you can, if people like Rock Chalk and Heather just appear, I know we always appear as twins, but if I wasn't here, she would still be here. That says something about your opinion and your fortitude and your ability to keep it at least entertaining. Because a lot of times you won't, and it's like you say, you won't know what's going on in the chat. And I'm trying to filter out where there is people with that are attacking the man, that are literally there to cause a disturbance. And if you don't know, I made pretty much anybody that I'm familiar with, and I've made a couple mistakes here and there. We're not all perfect, but I've eliminated. I don't have a problem blocking somebody if they're going to attack someone's family or threaten them or say anything wrong to Meg P. If you mess with Meg P, you're out forever. Don't mess with Meg P. And it doesn't matter what chat you're in. If I'm a moderator there, you're gone for life. And so, I feel you on, and I'm disappointed that there was enough, and maybe we can talk about it off the air, people to keep you out. And I'm disappointed that it's not more of a welcoming community to another creator. So I hope I've made the right decisions, and moving forward, hopefully you'll find a day where you come in and you feel welcome, because you
But
are more than
you know
welcome.
what though? I know I'm welcome though. Listen, it is only a very small, like I could count them with my 5 fingers. Believe me, I could count it with my
Mm-hmm.
5 fingers. And it's just
Okay.
people that I have blocked here before. Cause instead of like you could ask the ladies in the chat, listen, believe me, bro. I know that I'm so lucky of having the group of members, mods, subscribers that I have at this day today. You're part of them, and I'm subscribed to your show because
Thank
I
you.
subscribe because I like it. Because I like listen to what you talking about. I like to look at the chat. I like the concepts that you bring to the table and the ideas that you bring to the table about different concepts. That's why I'm subscribed because it's worth it. You know what I mean? So it believe me, bro, I'm so lucky to have a Amy Conway, a Joanne, a Rock Chalk,
Well, it's
a
funny.
Cindy. You know what I
Um,
mean?
do you know Bianca? Because
You
I
know
brought
what?
up.
I don't see Bianca. I was going through the blacklist and I didn't see no Bianca on the blacklist. So I don't know. She probably didn't like me in the past and she blocked me because when people blocks you and they are in your chat, you don't get to see them because they block you. So she probably didn't like me in the past and she haven't unblocked me yet. But she's not blocked here at all. She's not blocked.
No, I was
Bianca's
saying
not
that I
blocked.
haven't. I wondered if she was in your chat often because I remember Bianca from Lana's chat back in the day. But I made a comment to her when I first came in that I hadn't heard her name in a long time because I haven't seen her. I don't spend as much time in chats as I used to, but she's definitely somebody I was familiar with that I liked. That I found in your chat tonight. I was like, wow, haven't heard that name for a long time. That's what I came in
Yeah.
saying. So yeah, no, you have the creme de la creme here for
No,
sure.
I gotta say, can we us as content creator give our community, because you know this community is your community too. Can we give them? Can we give them a little truth that I think they deserve, bro? Because I believe that you could agree with me in this that I'm gonna say, and I believe I'm speaking for both. But every time you go live, don't you miss your mods? Don't you miss like your subs and members when you turn the live? Like at least me, in my heart of hearts, every time I go live, I'm expecting, bro. Listen, because I missed them. You feel me? It's
Right?
like,
Yeah, yeah,
yo, I'm
yeah,
expect them to be here, and when they're not here, I know that they either, it might be someone else like live at the same time that I'm live, and they might have a hot topic going on. So I totally understand when that happened because the girls they all watch Lana and stuff like that. So 9 times out of 10, when Lana is on, you see my numbers going up and down, and it's because the girls are
yeah,
bouncing back and forward. And I know when that's happening and shit. So it's like I don't mind because at least they here keeping me company. You know what I'm saying? But
yeah.
I gotta say that I say that to say this. Ladies, members, mods, subscribers. Every time I go live, I'm so happy to be here and I can't wait to talk to you. That's me. That's Jrod Point, and I believe the Kane feel the same way.
Absolutely, yeah. I feel you though, where you're looking for those ones, and views come and go. When the case is hot, then you have these thousands more people that start popping up again that may or may not have been here before or just got interest in the case. But it is hard when you see, like people that, and people have stuff come up in their lives. Like you say, you've got kids, you've got things, but for the most part, the dedication of the people in the chat is above and beyond, to say the least. But the yeah, you do miss those people when they're not there. Whatever has come up, and you start to see, oh, they haven't been coming around. And you're like, wait, what am I doing wrong? So yeah, I always feel like I'm holding my viewers prisoner when I do the 7 hour lives. Hello, who's that?
Big shout out to Rock Shack. A round of applause to
Rock
Rock Shack,
Chalk.
ladies and
What's
gentlemen.
going on?
How are you guys?
Very well, thank you. How are you?
I'm doing good. Just have these bad headaches. I think I can straighten out the Bianca thing.
Oh,
Let me tell you, Bianca's very solid, and when she cares about a creator, she sticks with him. Now, there was a time when back before the craziness, Jrod, I helped Michelle Lee. God, I shouldn't have, but I did.
Oh my God, got you.
And Bianca and Micah followed Michelle Lee. They believed in her. They liked her. And so we all went down that wrong road, and you might very well have her blocked from way back then. I've never seen Bianca get crazy with anybody. She
no.
will leave before she gets crazy. That's why KB hasn't seen her. Or yeah, that's why you haven't seen her. because she just stays where she's comfortable. And
Yep.
Yeah,
Big
no,
shout out,
that
big shout out to Bianca.
but I
I'm
hope you
very
straighten that out. I really did, because I think it goes back to that lady.
I think we're all the same way like that, right? We all have it's a you're just you get into your niche and you're where you're comfortable, you click and go. And I have people that love me in my chat, and I see him in Lana's chat. Lana, you're the best, and I'm like, wait, I thought you said I was the best yesterday. But I'm the same way. I don't go over and watch Gray Hughes or something like that, and just to get in the chat there. You know what I mean? It's you're not going to do that, and you kind of become a creature of habit. I'm trying to say, I guess, right?
Right. And I know who you are. And I think the reason last night I had a bad headache and I went from one channel and my TV went to you. I woke up to you and I was
Good
watching
TV.
my big TV.
I said good TV.
Yeah. Well, I know why I don't go to your channel. I am
Right
not
on.
a fan of Willie's at all. And I love Dinky.
I saw that in the chat there.
I was around when he way in the beginning, probably before anybody was really on this Idaho case, and it was really T-Rev, because he was one of the ones that was originally on it. And I didn't know Jrod then. I can't say that. But anyway, Chris, which is Willie, was in there, and you ought to go pull him, because he was saying BK is guilty, all kinds of crap. Then he realized BK was from the area he's from, and they had a mutual friend. Now he's Willie, who is all for BK. But I was around when he was Chris and BK was guilty. Does that make sense?
I remember.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of people that I mean, you do have the right to change your mind. I think there's a lot of people that have changed their mind.
But he's not BK's friend. He tries to say he's BK's friend. I guarantee you, if you write BK, you don't even know him. They have mutual friends, and I have a problem with that. You don't go around saying that you know somebody. Yeah, his mom worked at the school, but he didn't know her. You don't know BK. They have a mutual friend. So, and half the time, he's not paying attention to what people say. He just says dumb shit. So I stay out of chats like that. But I think you're a great guy. I think the panel was great tonight. I started to go to sleep and I heard something going crazy. I was like, oh no, I like that. I like Jrod. I like the fact that you can handle Jrod, because sometimes they get upset, and most people would jump down and not stay and finish out the chat. Me and you, we will stay and we'll listen to Jrod, but also Jrod gives us a chance to tell him how we feel. And a lot of people don't stick around.
I listen though. I listen though. People act like I don't listen though, but I tell you, man, it's like we could all disagree at the same time, allow each other to actually explain the reason, to try to make sense of why the disagreement. You know what I mean? Like, I don't like to with the guests, and if you ask me with anyone and everyone, I don't like to disagree with anyone without at least articulating myself, because then I feel that the job is not done. I feel that the disagreement becomes empty because it was not explained why. So like that other person be like, okay, you're not disagreeing with me because you try to be an asshole. At least you disagree with me because you actually thought about the reasons of your disagreement, and you're trying to make it make sense to me. Not try to change your mind, but I'm just trying to make it make sense to you or why I disagree. I think that shows a lot of respect.
Yeah, I mean, you guys did great. Like I said, I was almost asleep listening to you guys, and then it seemed like it got kind of crazy. I was like, whoa, wait, because I like both of you. I really do. And I do appreciate, Kane, that you stuck around, because Jrod sometimes you get upset, but I usually wait for him to finish, and then I say my piece too. And it works well that way. That's what we're here. We're discussing. And we're not
listen,
all agree.
I know full well. I know full well that Jrod is full of some great facts. He brings the accelerated heat. Sometimes that after I get on his show, sometimes when we really get into it, I have to kind of sit there and just decompress and think about everything that he talked about, because sometimes he brings things that I hadn't even, and with all the dedication and time I've put into this case myself, either not thought of or hadn't heard before. That's why I love being here, because he's able to present it in just a nice, smooth, you know, uh, um,
Down to
even
earth, bro. You could
even
say it.
well, no,
Down to
just
earth.
like
Down to
an even keeled
earth.
way. You're not all over the place. You're just talking, and you're very comfortable, and it's pleasant to listen to as well as informative. Is my point.
Not only that, you know, sometimes Jrod, you'll get to saying, well, people say they can't understand me. I can tell you right now, I understand everything you say, and I think Kane does too.
Well, I was picking on him earlier. I was saying he said the prosecution is prosecuting to prosecute or
Well,
something like that.
I meant his language. He was
I
talking
just
the
yeah.
other day. I can speak Spanish. You're right. I can't. I was listening to you. People make fun of him because they
I
don't
call them
good
I call them
English.
J-Rodisms.
I think he speaks great. I understand everything he says.
But I call them J-Rodisms. The little quotes of because he's mixing the Spanish and the English, and it's funny because when you speak Spanish, a lot of Spanish phrases are backwards from what English is, and so it kind of messes with your head, and then that's where you start. Like when I try to talk to people in Spanish, it's just like "Dónde está el baño" or whatever. I'll start mixing in like what I think words should be from English in there, and people just look at me like I got six heads,
No, I think you guys did a great job on panel tonight. I think chat was great. I mean, everything was great. But when you guys started talking about Bianca, I was like, oh, I got to get up there because I do believe that's what the problem was.
No, you know what though? I promise that I will look into that because her name says Bianca, right?
Yes, and it's always
So
been
yeah, I'm
Bianca.
gonna double check. I'm gonna double check again because I want to make sure that we got everyone that you give a membership to. I want to make sure that we have them on the chat so they feel appreciated, and I want to make sure we able to have that I could see her conversation so that I could reply to her. If you listening, Bianca, right now, J Round Point promise, I'm gonna look into that and making sure that we get you out of the gulag if you're in the gulag. Thank you
It's
for
like
being
my
here,
Amy
though.
Conway to you. Bianca
in the
goes everywhere I
gulag.
go. Yeah, if I'm in my boxing channel, she's there. If I'm in my country rap channel,
The
she's there.
gulag.
I love it. I love it.
I had to do it. I had to do
That's
it. I had to
that's
do
another J-Rodism right there.
That's
The
right.
gulag.
it.
I love
Well,
it.
I'm going to get down. I'm going to let you guys
Yeah,
talk. It's
I'm
nice
gonna
talking to
too.
you,
Me
Faith.
too.
And
All right,
JJ, much
Rorschach.
love. You deserve a good channel, and you got a great channel. I love it.
Yeah, you
Listen,
did a great job, bro.
Rorschach, as long as I have you, as long as I have you, and I have Ken, and I have the community that we got, I think we're gonna be here for a long time in the true crime community.
Well, as long
Well,
as everybody keep their head about themselves and keep, discussion in a good way. Yeah, that's part of discussion.
absolutely.
You're not
Yeah.
just going to agree. If we all three agreed all the time, what would this world be like?
No, and that's why I think remember because me and Kane hasn't go live for too many times. If you ask me, this is just the process of polishing the intervals, and that goes along with experience together as co-hosts. Like when we on the show, whatnot, that comes with time. That's why I wanted to make sure that he understood the. I just wanted to reply to him because I didn't want him to think that I would disagree with him without any type of explanation. You know what I'm saying? So I
Yeah.
just wanted to make sure that I was being respectful to him, but like you know what I'm saying, I had to adjust the conversation and be at his level conversational because he was a little excited. I appreciate his
Yeah.
excitement because I tell you what, I like in the way he thinks because he just like us. He's just like any other person. Like as long as you base yourself on common sense and you stand by even though if you're wrong and then later on you found out that what I said this take and it didn't fit or it wasn't adequate. You know what? I'm gonna learn from that and be a better creator. And I appreciate Kane for giving me the opportunity to explain myself because I didn't want him to feel I disagree with him in that one particular take, and I didn't want him to take it as a sign of disrespect. I just wanted to make sure that I was eloquent on why the reasoning over and show the tone because the tone is very important. I want to make sure that he knew The stop, it was like abruptly, but let me just smooth it out to let you know that it's all good. I just want to make sure that it's actually for you to not think that I'm disagreeing because I'm trying to be mean or whatnot, because he hasn't been here for a long time. We still on the stage of getting to know each other as content creators and men. So I didn't want him to think that this disagreement, it was
No,
a mean, or it was meant to make him look bad at all. No, I do appreciate so much, not just you, Rock Shack, but everyone that it comes to the chat and have conversations with us and be involved. Listen, you have no idea how much I appreciate you.
You know
that's a
what?
good.
This is really weird, but up here in the comments, I can't see Bianca's comments at all, but I can see
I
them
don't
on my
see any
phone.
either now.
But I can
I
see them on
was.
my phone. I think it's you, Jrod. I really do.
I
You know
wonder.
what? I'm a check though. I'm a check. Listen, I promise we're gonna get her out of the gulag. If she's in the gulag, I just have to find her.
Yeah, because I see her on my
We
phone.
will get you
And
out. I
so,
promise. I
Oh
promise.
man.
I'm sorry, so sorry. I'm sorry.
okay, we
Poor
can work it
Bianca.
out. That's why I wanted to jump up here because I was like, whoa, we can see her in the chat, but you can't. So that means
That's
you have to block.
crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of times I'll go to highlight somebody's comment, and I'll hit report, and luckily there's a last minute they like, are you sure you want to report them? I'll like, no, oops. Like a couple times I've come this close to blocking Heather Fitzgerald, because I'm trying to highlight her comment. So you may
Listen,
make that mistake might have happened.
let me tell you, it has happened to me with Amy Conway. I don't know if Amy Conway remember. It was one live stream. They was literally me and her and few randoms and whatnot. That's why I don't make the live streams for to people to wait 5 minutes, because I want everyone that be here because they already want to be here. Not
Five
people,
minutes. It's like
you know,
20 minutes. What?
you know,
What are your
yeah,
blocks?
no, I don't want people to subscribe, right? And be like subscribing just to come and talk to me on the chat. And then as soon as the show is over, they unsubscribe and shit. And you could see it. It's like, nah, if anyone wanted to come and talk to us, it's because they waited their 24 hours because they are invested in coming here and talk to us, not just playing with me. You know what I mean? So, I did it to Amy Conway on Kane Rock Shock. It was one live stream. The Amy Conway like sniped some people from the hip, and it's like me and her. We always fight for the snipe. Like we really do. We really do. Like even though, like, listen, it might sound mean. It might sound mean, but listen, me and Amy Conway, we hawk the chat. And I
I know
mean
you guys
hawk
do.
the
I can't
chat.
ever zap
It's
it.
like I can't wait for someone to be mean to not just me, but anyone else. Is a rat. And that's why I give moderation to the people that always come here, and they've been here, and like, let's say that they've been here for a week or whatnot, hanging out with us, like, or for a longer time, that is like consistent coming. I always give you a moderation range, because I want to make sure that if you're in my chat, if anyone talk to you fucked up, I want you to be able to snipe them yourself.
I
You
like
know what I'm
that
saying?
too. I don't think I've ever sniped anybody in the chat though.
But I sniped Amy Conway 3 times in a row. That was like 3 different snipes in like within
Oh
10
no.
minutes. And I sniped her 3 times. And you should have seen me like running back to my set. It's like, oh my God, I gotta rescue her. No. And then I got her back. As soon as I unblocked her, she came right back to the chat. Then I gotta give her moderation range again. So I gave her moderation range 3 times in a row because I was clicking like you did, clicking so fast that I was getting her instead of getting the person that I needed to get. Because that's how you know that they win. They win the battle. They win this night. It's like, haha, too slow. You gotta be quicker than that.
Oh, that's another great Jrodism. Listen, I'm gonna step down, but I want to leave with one more Jrodism. That's funny because somebody pointed it out of the chat because you always say it's Kane's BS the perch.
I saw that earlier.
I
Somebody
love
joked
that.
about it.
Yeah, that's what he said. That's what your name said, right? Yeah, can be as the purge. Yeah, right.
It don't say
Ah,
BS.
man. It's,
Don't say
yeah,
BS.
it's.
Bro, how I supposed to say it? I don't want to be wrong.
I like
I
the
don't
way
want.
you say it, man. The way you say it is better. It's
Yeah,
all good, man. It's all good.
oh,
I'm just poking fun
okay.
at
Hold
you,
on.
bro.
Let me see if I could get it. Kane B's the purge. Kane B's.
You got to go back to the other way, bro. I won't accept that anymore.
I was going to say, it is
Okay, I
the
get it.
purge.
Cause yeah,
No
cause
S. There's no S.
Kane be as the purge. Like the purge is coming. And he bullshitting the purge. Like he's like, you're not gonna get me. You're not gonna kill me.
But there's
Not
no
not in
S.
the purge. Who's you gonna kill?
Oh
Who in the purge?
man, this
You
has
know what I'm
been
saying?
No
Not
fun.
S,
Kane.
right? There's no S.
Yes, he said as he's Kane. He's Kane.
Kane, does your name have an S in it?
Kane
It's
B.
Kane. It's Kane B apostrophe S. So it's B's,
Right.
not
B.
BS.
Oh, well,
Kane
that
B.
sounds better. I like the BS better.
I like the BS
Oh.
better too. Now I think I might change it.
I think I like it
But
better.
yeah,
Kane
I do
B.
too. I agree.
Okay. Gotcha. You know what? I have to apologize for that because now I get
No,
it.
I
Right.
dude, it's fucking
I like the way
hilarious.
you did it. I think you should leave it the way he says it. I like it.
I do too. But listen, it's been a good time, man. I'm gonna step down and thank you very much for having me on, man. It's been a pleasure, it's been a lot of
Hey,
fun, and it's very nice connecting with you, Rock Chalk.
You too. Much love, brother.
Ken, I gotta
Ditto,
say, it's
ditto.
always a
Back at you.
pleasure. It's always a pleasure to have you here. Thank you for spending time with us. And listen, please make sure that you keep coming, man. Keep coming, because mi casa es su casa, man. And Rock Shock,
Igualmente.
we always know, man. We love you. We appreciate you, Mama.
Yeah, you got a couple super chats too that you need to read. I'm gonna get down too. Much love to both of you. And the
Yes,
chat.
Have
yes,
a good
yes,
night,
yes.
guys. Thank you.
Have a good night, Kane.
Bye
Guys, a
bye.
round of applause to Kane and Rock Shock. Kane, Rock Shock, Rock Shock. And the crowd goes wild. Big shout out, big shout out. Big shout out to Rock Shock with the super chat. Big shout out to Tinel with the super chat. Let me get to it. We're gonna get to the chat. Yeah, Rock Shock, Bianca solid raw. Bianca is solid good. And Tinel said Kane B the Purge is the best guest ever. Big shout out, and he hit different. I totally agree. He's one of the best guests that we have here. Yes, I have to agree. He hit different. Big shout out to Kane B the Purge. Thank you so much for coming by. Big shout out to all the ladies in the chat. Amy Conway, Heather Fitzgerald. Thank you so much. Tinel, Kenny's the Perch, the best. Yep, yep, yep. Big shout out for the super chats. Thank you so much. I mean it from the bottom of my heart, very so much. I appreciate it. And make sure that we don't miss no one. Big shout out to everyone. Ladies, so today's title, Prosecution. Say between the lines. Is Jake's DNA on the Maddies' fingernails? Because I believe that's going to be the narrative to give that DNA a reason to be there. That's going to be the reason of why they're going to act like that DNA was there, because that. But ladies, I appreciate you so much. Kim, Rock Chalk, Heather, Tinel, Amy Conway, Cindy, Joanne. I appreciate you so much for being here in this amazing morning. It's been a great show. I appreciate you. Make sure they send me a little love right there if you have it to the On Point family. And as always, believe in yourself, because I believe in you. If I did it, you could do it too. I ain't nothing special. I believe that you're gonna take the best decisions in your life for yourself and for everyone around you. Big shout out to everyone. Love ya. And I'm gonna leave ya with your favorite song. My favorite song. You So Sexy.
I'm over here and let me know your name, boy. Your sexy smile got me checking for your seal. You caught my eyes and I'm seeing if you're seeing.